Long before many victims of the Nazi camps were burned in crematoria, thousands disappeared into the earth itself. Hidden behind forests, fences, and guarded camp zones, prisoners were forced to dig enormous pits that would soon become mass graves. Inside camps like Auschwitz-Birkenau and other killing sites across occupied Europe, special prisoner labor units were ordered to perform one of the most horrifying tasks imaginable: digging graves for bodies they often knew would soon include people arriving on the next transport, and sometimes even themselves. These prisoners worked under armed guards surrounded by the smell of death, smoke, mud, disease, and terror. Day after day, they carved giant trenches into frozen ground while transports arrived carrying terrified victims who had no understanding of what awaited them. In many places, the graves grew so large they resembled open wounds cut directly into the landscape. The work itself destroyed prisoners physically and psychologically. Men collapsed from exhaustion while guards screamed orders over the sound of shovels striking earth. Some prisoners were forced to bury bodies immediately after mass shootings. Others later returned to reopen graves as the Nazis attempted to erase evidence of mass murder by burning corpses in enormous open-air fires. For the prisoners trapped inside these labor units, survival meant living beside death every hour of the day. They witnessed scenes so horrifying that many struggled for the rest of their lives to describe what they had seen. Some never survived long enough to tell anyone at all. Tonight, we uncover the hidden history of the camp prisoners forced to dig mass graves. The men trapped inside one of the darkest and most terrifying jobs within the machinery of Nazi extermination. And before we begin, take a moment to like this video, subscribe to In&Out Nazi Germany, and let me know in the comments where in the world you're watching from. Every story, every memory, and every place matters. And together we keep history alive. Now let's begin. Chapter 1. Segment 1. The prisoners pulled from the lines. As one begins to understand the terrifying reality behind the prisoners forced to dig mass graves during the Holocaust, it becomes increasingly clear that many of these men never volunteered, never understood what awaited them, and often became trapped inside these labor units within only hours of arriving at camps such as Auschwitz-Birkenau, because the selection process itself formed part of the machinery of terror operating throughout Nazi extermination systems. Newly arrived prisoners stepped from overcrowded cattle trains exhausted, starving, dehydrated, and emotionally shattered after days spent trapped inside sealed wagons without proper food, water, or sanitation. Families stood together beneath armed guards and barking dogs while SS officers conducted rapid selections, dividing people into groups according to labor needs, perceived physical strength, age, and immediate extermination. Yet among these terrified prisoners, certain men were sometimes pulled aside not for ordinary camp labor, but for tasks connected directly to mass burial operations. As one reflects on the terrifying uncertainty surrounding these selections, it becomes evident that many prisoners had absolutely no understanding of what kind of work awaited them beyond the fences. The men chosen for grave-digging labor often appeared physically stronger than surrounding prisoners because the work demanded brutal physical endurance. SS officers and camp authorities searched quickly through the lines, selecting men capable of handling heavy shovels, moving earth, dragging bodies, or performing exhausting labor under armed supervision. Some prisoners believed temporarily that being selected for work increased their survival chances compared to those disappearing elsewhere in the camp system. Yet within hours or days, many realized they had entered one of the most horrifying labor assignments inside the machinery of extermination itself. As one considers how suddenly ordinary prisoners became trapped inside this reality, it becomes clear that the Nazi system transformed human beings into forced participants within mass death operations through coercion, terror, and total absence of choice. The transport from arrival areas toward grave sites often marked the moment prisoners first sensed the true nature of their assignment. Guards marched labor groups toward isolated sections of camps, nearby forests, ravines, execution zones, or open fields hidden from broader public view. In some locations, prisoners smelled death before they saw anything. Directly, smoke drifted through the air while the smell of decomposing bodies, burned flesh, mud, and human waste spread across the surrounding landscape. As one reflects on what these prisoners must have felt during those first moments approaching the pits, it becomes evident that fear itself became overwhelming long before explicit explanation arrived. Some prisoners later described hearing gunshots in the distance or seeing piles of clothing and belongings near isolated work areas. Others noticed enormous trenches already cut into the earth before fully understanding their purpose. The realization often emerged gradually and horrifyingly. Prisoners understood first that people were dying nearby. Then they realized the pits were graves. Finally, many recognized they themselves had been selected specifically to maintain this machinery of burial and concealment. As one considers the psychological shock surrounding this discovery, it becomes clear that these labor units forced prisoners into direct confrontation with systematic mass murder almost immediately after arrival. The physical labor itself began under brutal conditions. Guards ordered prisoners to dig enormous trenches into frozen ground, muddy soil, or rocky earth using basic tools while armed SS men supervised continuously. The work stretched across endless hours beneath heat, rain, cold, exhaustion, hunger, and fear. As one reflects on the scale of these grave pits, it becomes evident that many were not ordinary graves at all, but massive trenches designed to hold hundreds or even thousands of bodies. Prisoners quickly understood that the dimensions of the pits revealed the scale of killing occurring around them. The emotional burden surrounding this labor became almost impossible to comprehend fully. Some prisoners were forced to bury victims immediately after mass shootings, while others worked near transports arriving continuously at extermination sites. Men digging the pits sometimes recognized clothing, languages, or personal belongings connected to people arriving from their own hometowns, regions, or communities. As one considers the emotional horror of these experiences, it becomes clear that grave-digging labor attacked prisoners psychologically as much as physically. The men trapped inside these units lived constantly beside evidence of systematic extermination while understanding they themselves remained disposable within the same machinery. Fear dominated every aspect of existence for these prisoners. Many understood quickly that the Nazis often murdered labor units after periods of service in order to eliminate witnesses connected to mass burial operations. Rumors spread among prisoners about previous work groups disappearing after grave sites filled or burial tasks ended. As one reflects on this atmosphere, it becomes evident that prisoners digging mass graves lived with constant awareness that they themselves might soon become victims buried inside the same pits they were ordered to create. Yet, despite the unimaginable horror surrounding this work, fragile forms of solidarity sometimes emerged between prisoners trapped inside these labor details. Men whispered warnings, shared food when possible, helped exhausted prisoners continue digging, or quietly attempted preserving fragments of dignity for victims being buried anonymously inside the trenches. As one reflects on these moments, it becomes evident that even within one of the darkest labor systems created during the Holocaust, prisoners still struggled to preserve humanity beneath overwhelming terror. Ultimately, the prisoners pulled from the lines for grave-digging labor entered a world where survival became inseparable from direct exposure to mass death itself. Chosen through arbitrary selections, marched toward isolated killing zones and forced to dig enormous burial pits beneath armed guard, these men became trapped inside one of the most horrifying parts of the Nazi extermination system. Their suffering reveals how the machinery of genocide depended not only upon killing victims, but also upon coercing prisoners into maintaining the hidden infrastructure of death beneath the shadow of the camps. As one continues deeper into understanding the prisoners forced to dig mass graves during the Holocaust, it becomes increasingly clear that many of these men entered the labor units through sudden selections that transformed ordinary prisoners into unwilling participants within the machinery of extermination because the Nazi camp system constantly searched for physically capable inmates who could be exploited for the brutal work of burying the dead and concealing evidence of mass murder. Newly arrived prisoners stepped from cattle trains weak, starving, terrified, and uncertain about their future after enduring days trapped inside sealed wagons. Without sanitation, proper food, or water, families clung together while SS officers shouted. Yet, among these chaotic arrival scenes, certain prisoners were sometimes pulled aside specifically for grave labor without explanation. As one reflects on the confusion surrounding these selections, it becomes evident that many prisoners initially believed they had simply been assigned ordinary work details inside camps like Auschwitz II-Birkenau or nearby killing sites. They could not yet imagine the horrifying tasks awaiting them beyond the fences. SS officers and guards frequently selected younger or physically stronger men for these burial units because the work demanded extreme endurance under terrible conditions. Prisoners capable of lifting heavy loads, digging frozen earth, moving bodies, and enduring long hours beneath armed supervision became valuable temporarily within the extermination process itself. As one considers how arbitrary these selections often appeared, it becomes clear that survival and destruction existed side by side. Constantly inside the Nazi camp system, a prisoner chosen for grave labor might avoid immediate death temporarily, yet simultaneously enter one of the most psychologically devastating labor assignments imaginable. The march toward burial areas often became the first moment prisoners sensed something deeply wrong about their assignment. Guards transported labor units away from standard camp zones toward forests, ravines, isolated fields, execution sites, or hidden compounds, where mass killings occurred beyond public view. Many prisoners later described the smell reaching them before the graves themselves became visible, the odor of decomposing bodies, burned flesh, smoke, mud, blood, and human waste spreading across the landscape. As one reflects on what these men must have felt approaching such places for the first time, it becomes evident that terror emerged gradually as the reality surrounding them became impossible to ignore. Some prisoners noticed enormous trenches already carved into the earth while others saw piles of clothing, abandoned shoes, or scattered belongings near guarded work areas. In certain locations, gunshots echoed nearby while smoke drifted continuously above hidden execution zones. As one considers how these prisoners pieced together the meaning of what they were witnessing, it becomes clear that realization often arrived slowly and horrifyingly. First, they understood people were dying nearby. Then they realized the trenches represented mass graves. Finally, many understood they themselves had been selected to maintain this machinery of burial and concealment. The physical work began immediately under brutal supervision. Guards ordered prisoners to dig enormous pits into frozen soil, muddy ground, sand, or rocky earth using crude tools, while armed SS men monitored every movement. The labor stretched endlessly through heat, rain, snow, exhaustion, and hunger, while prisoners weakened physically from starvation. Level camp conditions. As one reflects on the scale of these burial trenches, it becomes evident that many grave pits were designed not for individual burials, but for mass extermination on an industrial scale. Prisoners quickly understood the horrifying implication contained within the size of the pits themselves. The emotional horror surrounding the work became almost unbearable. Some prisoners dug graves while transports arrived carrying victims nearby. Others buried bodies immediately after mass shootings or were forced to drag corpses into trenches beneath armed supervision. Men sometimes recognized languages, religious clothing, or belongings connected to victims from their own hometowns or communities. As one considers the emotional devastation caused by such experiences, it becomes clear that grave labor destroyed prisoners psychologically as much as physically. The men trapped inside these units existed constantly beside evidence of organized mass murder, while understanding they themselves remained disposable witnesses. Within the same system, fear dominated every hour of existence. Prisoners knew rumors about labor units disappearing after burial operations ended because the Nazis frequently murdered workers connected directly to extermination sites in order to eliminate witnesses. As one reflects on this atmosphere, it becomes evident that the men digging these pits understood they might eventually be buried within the same graves they were ordered to create. Survival, therefore, became terrifyingly temporary and uncertain. Yet, despite overwhelming horror, prisoners still struggled quietly to preserve fragments of humanity within these labor details. Some whispered prayers while burying victims. Others attempted placing bodies more carefully despite guard violence, or shared food and emotional support with exhausted fellow prisoners. As one reflects on these small acts, it becomes evident that even inside the machinery of mass burial and extermination, prisoners continued resisting complete emotional destruction through fragile expressions of human dignity. Ultimately, the prisoners pulled from the arrival lines for grave labor entered one of the darkest corners of the Holocaust. Chosen through arbitrary selections, marched toward isolated killing zones, and forced to dig enormous burial pits beneath armed supervision, these men became trapped inside the hidden infrastructure sustaining Nazi mass murder. Their experiences reveal how the extermination system relied not only upon killing victims, but also upon terrorizing prisoners into maintaining the very graves that concealed the dead beneath the earth. Chapter 1. Segment 2. Realizing what the work really was. As one continues deeper into understanding the prisoners forced to dig mass graves during the Holocaust, it becomes increasingly clear that one of the most psychologically devastating moments for many of these men occurred when they finally realized the true nature of the labor they had been assigned, because the horrifying reality often revealed itself gradually through smell, sound, sight, and experience rather than immediate explanation. Newly selected prisoners marched beneath armed guard toward isolated work zones, believing initially they had simply been assigned another brutal labor detail somewhere within the expanding machinery of camps, such as Auschwitz II-Birkenau or nearby extermination areas hidden from public view. Many still clung to fragile hopes that hard labor might increase their chances of survival. Yet step by step, evidence surrounding them shattered those illusions completely. As one reflects on this realization process, it becomes evident that the horror of grave labor often emerged not in a single instant, but through terrifying accumulation of details prisoners could no longer ignore. The first sign for many prisoners came through the smell itself. Long before seeing bodies directly, labor groups approaching burial zones encountered an overwhelming odor spreading through forests, ravines, muddy fields, and isolated compounds connected to killing operations. Survivors later described, "The air is filled with the stench of decomposition, smoke, blood, burned flesh, sewage, damp, earth, and human death hanging permanently over the landscape." As one considers the psychological impact of encountering such smells without explanation, it becomes clear that fear intensified immediately because prisoners sensed instinctively they were entering places connected to mass suffering on a scale difficult to comprehend. Then came the visual evidence. Some prisoners noticed enormous trenches stretching across open ground while others saw piles of abandoned clothing, children's shoes, suitcases, eyeglasses, or personal belongings scattered near guarded work sites. In some locations, smoke drifted continuously upward from nearby cremation areas or open-air fires consuming bodies. As one reflects on what prisoners must have felt seeing these scenes for the first time, it becomes evident that realization emerged through horrifying connection between the objects surrounding them and the people who no longer needed them. The belongings scattered near the pits represented vanished lives. Gunshots often echoed nearby while prisoners worked, intensifying the terror surrounding the labor assignments. Some grave-digging units arrived while executions were already taking place in nearby forests or ravines. Others watched transports unload victims not far from the trenches they were being ordered to dig. As one considers the psychological effect of hearing continuous gunfire while digging enormous pits into the earth, it becomes clear that prisoners quickly understood these were not ordinary burial grounds connected to wartime casualties alone. The scale and speed of the operations revealed systematic mass murder unfolding around them. For many prisoners, the full realization arrived only after seeing bodies directly. Guards forced labor units to move corpses into pits, arrange bodies inside trenches, or bury victims immediately following shootings. Some prisoners encountered piles of naked bodies stacked near execution sites while others watched wounded victims still moving inside the graves themselves. As one reflects on the unimaginable horror of these moments, it becomes evident that prisoners crossed a psychological threshold from which ordinary understanding of humanity itself became permanently altered. They now knew they had entered the hidden infrastructure of extermination. The emotional devastation surrounding this realization became overwhelming because many prisoners recognized familiar details among the dead. Languages overheard near transports, religious clothing, personal belongings, hairstyles, or facial features sometimes connected victims to prisoners' own communities, towns, or regions. Some grave workers understood they were burying people who had lived ordinary lives like their own only days earlier. As one considers this emotional burden, it becomes clear that grave labor forced prisoners into intimate proximity with the destruction of entire communities while simultaneously reminding them that they themselves remained trapped within the same machinery. Fear intensified enormously once prisoners understood the true purpose of their labor. Many realized quickly that workers connected directly to mass burial operations possessed dangerous knowledge the Nazis often sought to erase through. Murder once assignments ended. Rumors spread constantly among labor units about previous workers disappearing after pits were filled or cremation operations completed. As one reflects on this atmosphere, it becomes evident that prisoners digging the graves understood they themselves were temporary tools within a system that intended eliminating witnesses whenever convenient. Yet despite overwhelming terror and emotional collapse, prisoners still searched quietly for ways to preserve fragments of humanity amid the horror surrounding them. Some whispered prayers while burying victims. Others attempted covering bodies more respectfully despite guard violence and time pressure. A few secretly memorized details about locations, killings, or burial operations, hoping someday someone beyond the camps might learn what happened there. As one reflects on these acts, it becomes evident that even while forced into participation within the machinery of extermination, prisoners continued resisting complete psychological destruction through memory, compassion, and witness. Ultimately, realizing what the work truly was marked one of the most devastating psychological transformations experienced by grave-digging prisoners during the Holocaust. Step by step, smell by smell, body by body, these men discovered they had been forced into maintaining the hidden infrastructure of mass murder itself. Their realization exposed not only the scale of Nazi extermination, but also the terrifying way ordinary prisoners became trapped inside the machinery, burying the dead beneath forests, ravines, and fields across occupied Europe. As one continues to examine the prisoners forced to dig mass graves during the Holocaust, it becomes increasingly clear that the moment many of these men fully understood the true nature of their labor represented one of the most psychologically horrifying experiences within the Nazi extermination system, because prisoners gradually realized they were not simply performing camp work, but participating under coercion in the burial and concealment of mass murder. Newly selected inmates marched beneath armed guard toward isolated work zones without clear explanation regarding their assignment. Some believed they were heading toward construction, labor, trench work, or ordinary burial duties connected to wartime casualties. Yet the closer they moved toward the killing sites, the more impossible those assumptions became. As one reflects on this process of realization, it becomes evident that terror emerged through accumulating evidence surrounding the prisoners long before guards openly explained anything. The smell often became the first undeniable warning. Prisoners later described encountering overwhelming odors drifting through forests, ravines, and hidden compounds where grave operations took place. The stench of decomposition mixed with mud, smoke, blood, sewage, and burned flesh hung heavily in the air, while prisoners struggled to breathe beneath exhaustion and fear. As one considers the emotional impact of approaching such places without understanding fully what awaited them, it becomes clear that many sensed instinctively they had entered areas connected directly to death on a massive scale. Visual details soon deepened this growing horror. Some labor units passed piles of abandoned clothing, shoes, suitcases, eyeglasses, or children's belongings scattered near guarded work zones. Others saw smoke rising continuously from distant fires, while enormous trenches stretched across muddy ground ahead of them. As one reflects on what prisoners must have thought seeing such scenes for the first time, it becomes evident that realization emerged through connecting the objects surrounding them to the people who had vanished. The belongings represented lives erased so completely that only abandoned possessions remained beside the pits, Gunfire frequently echoed nearby while prisoners worked. Some labor units arrived during active executions taking place in forests or ravines hidden from surrounding populations. Others watched transports unload terrified victims while guards forced grave workers to continue digging enormous trenches into the earth nearby. As one considers the psychological effect of hearing shots repeatedly while cutting mass graves from frozen or muddy ground, it becomes clear that prisoners quickly understood these pits were not temporary wartime burials, but infrastructure supporting organized extermination itself. For many prisoners, the full realization came only when they encountered bodies directly. Guards ordered labor units to move corpses into trenches, stack bodies carefully inside pits, or bury victims immediately after shootings ended. Some prisoners saw piles of naked bodies waiting beside open graves while others witnessed wounded people still moving among the dead. As one reflects on the unimaginable trauma of these experiences, it becomes evident that grave workers crossed a psychological boundary few human beings could ever fully recover from afterward. They had become direct witnesses to industrialized mass murder hidden behind the fences and forests of Nazi-controlled territory. The emotional devastation intensified further when prisoners recognized familiar details among the victims. Languages spoken by incoming transports, religious symbols, hairstyles, clothing, fragments, or personal belongings sometimes connected victims to the workers' own hometowns, cultural communities, or family backgrounds. Some prisoners realized they were burying people whose lives had resembled their own only days earlier. As one considers the emotional weight of this realization, it becomes clear that grave labor forced prisoners into intimate confrontation with the destruction of entire human communities while simultaneously reminding them of their own likely fate within the same machinery. Fear surrounding the labor units deepened once prisoners understood the Nazis considered them disposable witnesses. Rumors circulated constantly about previous grave workers being murdered after burial operations ended in order to eliminate knowledge of extermination sites. Guards supervised labor details heavily while prisoners recognized increasingly that survival remained temporary and uncertain. As one reflects on this atmosphere, it becomes evident that the men digging the pits understood they themselves might eventually become victims buried within the same graves they had been ordered to create. Yet, despite overwhelming terror and psychological destruction, prisoners still searched quietly for ways to preserve humanity amid the horror surrounding them. Some whispered prayers over the dead while others attempted positioning bodies more respectfully despite guard violence and constant pressure to work faster. A few workers secretly memorized details about burial locations, numbers of victims, or execution procedures in hopes the truth might someday survive beyond the camps. As one reflects on these acts, it becomes evident that even while trapped inside the machinery of extermination, prisoners continued resisting total emotional destruction through witness, memory, and fragile expressions of dignity toward the dead. Ultimately realizing what the work truly was became one of the most devastating psychological moments experienced by prisoners forced into grave labor during the Holocaust. Through smell, sound, sight, and direct confrontation with mass death, these men gradually discovered they had been trapped inside the hidden infrastructure of genocide itself. Their experiences reveal not only the scale of Nazi extermination, but also the terrifying process through which ordinary prisoners became unwilling participants within systems designed to bury entire communities beneath the earth. Chapter 1. Segment 3. Living beside death every day. As one continues deeper into understanding the prisoners forced to dig mass graves during the Holocaust, it becomes increasingly clear that these men were not exposed to death only briefly or during isolated moments, because once trapped inside the grave labor units, many prisoners lived beside mass death every hour of every day beneath conditions that destroyed both body and mind. The grave pits themselves became the center of existence. Prisoners woke near them, worked beside them, smelled them constantly, and often slept only short distances away while transports arrived, executions continued, and burial operations expanded across hidden sections of camps and killing zones throughout occupied Europe. As one reflects on the reality of this existence, it becomes evident that the grave labor units trapped prisoners inside environments where death ceased being an event and instead became the permanent landscape surrounding all aspects of daily life. Many of these labor details operated near extermination sites connected to camps such as Auschwitz to Birkenau, or isolated execution zones hidden within forests and ravines far from surrounding populations. Guards kept grave workers heavily controlled because the men witnessed operations the Nazis desperately wanted concealed from the outside world. Prisoners, therefore, existed in constant isolation from ordinary camp populations while surrounded continuously by the machinery of extermination itself. As one considers the psychological impact of such isolation, it becomes clear that grave workers occupied one of the most terrifying positions within the camp system, because they saw directly what many other prisoners only suspected or heard about through rumor. The physical environment surrounding the grave pits overwhelmed the senses continuously. The smell of decomposition spread across work areas so intensely that survivors later described it as impossible to forget even decades after liberation. Mud mixed with blood, ashes, sewage, smoke, and decaying bodies, while flies covered burial sites during warmer months. As one reflects on the physical conditions surrounding these pits, it becomes evident that prisoners lived inside landscapes transformed completely by mass death. Rain-filled trenches with contaminated water, while frozen earth during winter made digging almost impossible without brutal physical strain. Yet regardless of weather, guards forced prisoners to continue working endlessly beneath armed supervision. The work itself remained physically devastating. Prisoners dug enormous trenches using crude tools while weakened already by starvation, disease, exhaustion, and fear. Some labor units spent entire days moving earth only to return later and reopen the same pits as Nazi burial procedures changed or evidence destruction operations began. Others dragged bodies continuously from execution areas into graves stretching across muddy ground. As one considers the scale of labor demanded from these prisoners, it becomes clear that the work attacked the human body relentlessly until exhaustion became permanent. Yet the psychological burden surrounding this existence proved equally destructive. Prisoners lived constantly beside piles of bodies, ongoing executions, transports of victims, and the sounds of gunfire echoing nearby. Some grave workers watched victims arrive, still unaware of their fate, while others buried people immediately after mass shootings ended. As one reflects on the emotional horror of witnessing these scenes daily, it becomes evident that grave labor exposed prisoners to sustained trauma almost impossible for the human mind to process normally. The men trapped inside these units often understood they were seeing the destruction of entire communities unfolding before them. Many prisoners recognized details among the dead connecting victims to their own lives outside the camps. languages overheard. Near transports, religious clothing, photographs found among belongings, or familiar regional accents sometimes reminded grave workers of their own hometowns and families. As one considers the emotional devastation created by these recognitions, it becomes clear that the pits represented not anonymous death, but the destruction of people whose lives resembled the workers' own. Some prisoners later described feeling haunted constantly by the faces of victims they buried because the work forced them into intimate proximity with human suffering on an unimaginable scale. Fear remained constant because grave workers understood the Nazis often murdered labor units after periods of service in order to eliminate witnesses connected directly to extermination operations. Rumors circulated continuously about previous work groups disappearing once pits filled or burial tasks ended. Guards reinforced this terror deliberately, through violence, threats, and isolation. As one reflects on the psychological atmosphere surrounding these labor details, it becomes evident that prisoners lived not only beside death, but beneath permanent awareness that they themselves remained disposable within the same machinery. Sleep offered little escape from the horror surrounding them. Many prisoners rested in nearby barracks or temporary shelters where the smell of decomposition and smoke remained unavoidable. Nighttime brought continued gunfire, screams, vehicle movement, and whispered conversations between exhausted workers terrified about the future. As one considers how impossible emotional recovery became under such conditions, it becomes clear that grave labor consumed prisoners psychologically even during moments away from the pits themselves. Yet, despite overwhelming brutality, fragile forms of humanity survived quietly among the workers. Some prisoners whispered prayers over victims before burial while others attempted covering bodies more respectfully despite guard violence and pressure to work quickly. Men shared survival advice, supported collapsing prisoners, or secretly discussed preserving evidence of the killings should anyone survive long enough to tell the world. As one reflects on these moments, it becomes evident that even while trapped beside mass death continuously, prisoners still struggled desperately to preserve fragments of compassion and human dignity beneath the machinery surrounding them. Ultimately, living beside death every day reveals one of the darkest realities faced by prisoners forced into grave labor during the Holocaust. These men existed inside landscapes transformed entirely by extermination, where burial pits, decomposing bodies, executions, smoke, and terror surrounded every moment of daily life. Their suffering exposes not only the physical brutality of the labor itself, but also the unimaginable psychological destruction caused by surviving hour after hour beside organized mass death. As one continues to examine the prisoners forced to dig mass graves during the Holocaust, it becomes increasingly clear that the men trapped inside these labor units lived in constant proximity to death because once assigned to the burial operations, many prisoners spent every day surrounded by corpses, executions, smoke, decomposition, fear, and overwhelming psychological terror beneath the hidden machinery of Nazi extermination. Death ceased being an isolated event or distant threat. Instead, it became the permanent environment in which these men existed. Physically and emotionally, grave workers woke each morning near open trenches filled with bodies, worked through endless hours beneath armed guard, and often slept only short distances from the same pits they had spent the day digging. As one reflects on this reality, it becomes evident that the labor units forced prisoners into one of the most psychologically unbearable forms of existence created during the Holocaust. Many grave operations took place near extermination camps such as Auschwitz II-Birkenau or inside isolated forests, ravines, and killing fields hidden deliberately from surrounding populations. Guards maintained strict isolation around these areas because the prisoners working there witnessed evidence of mass murder the Nazis sought desperately to conceal. As one considers the position of these laborers within the broader extermination system, it becomes clear that grave workers occupied a uniquely terrifying role. They became direct witnesses to industrialized killing on a scale few others inside the camp system fully saw firsthand. The physical environment surrounding the grave pits assaulted prisoners continuously. The smell of decomposition spread across burial zones permanently while mud mixed with ashes, blood, smoke, sewage, and human remains. During warmer weather, flies swarmed over trenches and corpses, while rain transformed grave sites into contaminated fields of mud and decay. In winter, frozen earth made digging physically brutal as prisoners struggled to cut enormous pits from hardened ground beneath exhaustion and starvation. As one reflects on these conditions, it becomes evident that the grave workers lived inside landscapes physically reshaped by mass death itself. The labor remained relentless. Prisoners dug enormous trenches for hours without proper food, rest, or medical care while guards screamed orders and threatened violence constantly. Some workers dragged bodies into pits while others arranged corpses inside trenches or covered graves after mass shootings ended nearby. As one considers the scale of this work, it becomes clear that grave labor consumed the human body completely through exhaustion, malnutrition, disease, and endless physical strain. Yet the psychological destruction surrounding this existence proved even more devastating. Grave workers witnessed transports arriving with terrified victims who often had no understanding of what awaited them beyond the execution zones. Some prisoners heard screaming and gunfire continuously while digging burial pits nearby. Others buried victims immediately after massacres or worked beside enormous piles of bodies waiting for disposal. As one reflects on the emotional horror of living beside such scenes daily, it becomes evident that these prisoners existed inside continuous psychological trauma with almost no possibility of emotional escape. Many workers recognize details among the dead connecting victims directly to their own former lives. Languages spoken by incoming transports, religious clothing, photographs, letters, hairstyles, or familiar regional accents reminded grave workers of families and communities destroyed alongside them. As one considers how deeply personal these recognitions became, it becomes clear that the burial pits represented not anonymous death, but the destruction of ordinary human lives resembling the worker's own existence before imprisonment. Some prisoners later described feeling permanently haunted by faces and voices connected to the victims they buried because the labor forced intimate confrontation with mass suffering beyond normal human comprehension. Fear shaped every moment of daily life within these labor units. Prisoners understood quickly that the Nazis frequently murdered grave workers after periods of service in order to eliminate witnesses connected directly to extermination operations. Rumors circulated constantly about previous labor groups disappearing once burial tasks finished or pits filled completely. Guards reinforced this fear through violence, isolation, and threats, while prisoners recognized increasingly that they themselves remained temporary tools within the machinery surrounding them. As one reflects on This atmosphere, it becomes evident that grave workers lived under permanent awareness that they might eventually be buried inside the same pits they had been forced to dig. Sleep offered almost no emotional relief. Prisoners rested in nearby barracks or temporary shelters where the smell of smoke and decomposition remained unavoidable. Nighttime often brought continued gunfire, truck movements, guard shouting, and whispered conversations among exhausted workers trying desperately to understand whether survival remained possible. As one considers how impossible psychological recovery became beneath such conditions, it becomes clear that living beside death consumed prisoners emotionally even during brief moments away from the pits themselves. Yet, despite overwhelming horror, fragile acts of humanity survived among the workers. Some prisoners whispered prayers quietly over victims before burial, while others attempted handling bodies with greater dignity despite brutal guard supervision. Men shared food, supported collapsing prisoners, or secretly discussed remembering what they had witnessed should anyone survive long enough to tell the outside world. As one reflects on these moments, it becomes evident that even inside landscapes transformed entirely by extermination, prisoners still struggled desperately to preserve fragments of compassion and moral humanity beneath the machinery surrounding them. Ultimately, living beside death every day reveals one of the darkest realities endured by prisoners forced into grave labor during the Holocaust. These men existed inside environments where burial pits, decomposing bodies, executions, smoke, and terror shaped every aspect of existence from morning until night. Their suffering exposes not only the brutality of the physical labor itself, but also the unimaginable psychological destruction caused by surviving continuously within the hidden infrastructure of mass murder. Chapter 2. Segment 1. Digging graves during mass executions. As one continues deeper into understanding the prisoners forced to dig mass graves during the Holocaust, it becomes increasingly clear that some of the most horrifying moments occurred when grave workers were forced to continue digging while mass executions unfolded around them, because the labor units often operated directly beside killing sites where victims were being murdered continuously beneath armed Nazi supervision. The grave pits were not always prepared quietly after massacres had ended. In many extermination zones across occupied Europe, prisoners dug trenches while transports arrived, gunfire echoed through forests and ravines, and terrified victims were marched toward execution areas only short distances away. As one reflects on the psychological terror surrounding such conditions, it becomes evident that grave workers existed inside a world where death unfolded in real time around them hour after hour. Many of these operations took place near extermination centers connected to camps such as Auschwitz II, Birkenau, or within isolated forests, fields, and ravines hidden from surrounding populations. Guards selected physically capable prisoners for the labor because the work demanded extreme endurance under impossible emotional and physical conditions. Once trapped inside these units, prisoners discovered quickly that they would not simply bury the dead after killings occurred. Instead, they often worked simultaneously alongside the extermination process itself. As one considers the atmosphere surrounding these operations, it becomes clear that the burial pits functioned as part of an organized machinery where executions, transport arrivals, body disposal, and grave digging all operated together continuously. The physical labor became relentless during mass executions. Guards ordered prisoners to carve enormous trenches into frozen soil, muddy ground, or sandy earth while gunfire echoed nearby and victims waited under armed supervision for their turn to die. Some grave workers later described hearing screaming, crying, prayers, and shouted commands blending together across the killing grounds while they continued digging. Beneath exhaustion and fear, as one reflects on the emotional horror of performing such labor. While fully aware of what was happening nearby, it becomes evident that prisoners existed under psychological pressure beyond normal human comprehension. Many prisoners witnessed the executions directly. In forests and ravines across Eastern Europe, victims were often forced to stand or kneel beside open pits before being shot in groups while grave workers remained nearby, under armed guard. Some prisoners saw bodies falling into trenches they themselves had spent hours digging. Others were forced immediately afterward to rearrange corpses inside the pits in order to create more space for additional victims. As one considers the unimaginable trauma of these experiences, it becomes clear that grave labor forced prisoners into direct proximity with industrialized killing on a scale few people could endure psychologically. The sound of executions haunted the labor units constantly. Gunshots repeated hour after hour while victims cried out in fear, confusion, or prayer before death. Some grave workers later described how certain sounds remained permanently embedded in memory long after liberation. The sharp crack of rifles, the movement of bodies falling into pits, and the silence afterward before the next group arrived. As one reflects on the psychological impact of hearing these sounds endlessly, while continuing to dig graves nearby, it becomes evident that the labor attacked the mind continuously, even beyond the physical brutality surrounding it. The emotional devastation intensified further because many grave workers recognized victims among the transports arriving at the killing grounds. Languages, clothing, religious symbols, or familiar regional accents sometimes connected victims to the workers' own communities, hometowns, or cultural backgrounds. Some prisoners realized they were burying people whose lives resembled their own families only days earlier. As one considers the emotional weight of such recognitions, it becomes clear that grave labor destroyed prisoners psychologically by forcing intimate confrontation with the destruction of entire human communities. Fear remained constant because prisoners understood they themselves were temporary tools within the extermination system. Guards supervised grave labor heavily while rumors circulated continuously about work units being murdered once operations ended or witnesses became unnecessary. As one reflects on the atmosphere surrounding these killing grounds, it becomes evident that grave workers lived beneath permanent awareness that they too might soon stand beside the pits as victims rather than laborers. Yet despite overwhelming horror, prisoners still struggled quietly to preserve fragments of humanity amid the terror surrounding them. Some whispered prayers silently while victims approached execution areas. Others attempted covering bodies with greater dignity despite guard violence and constant pressure to work faster. A few prisoners later described secretly memorizing details about locations, procedures, and numbers of victims in hopes the truth might someday survive beyond the killing grounds themselves. As one reflects on these acts, it becomes evident that even within the machinery of mass execution, prisoners resisted complete emotional destruction through witness, memory, and fragile acts of compassion toward the dead. The grave pits themselves became terrifying symbols of the scale of extermination taking place. Some trenches stretched enormous distances across fields and forests because executions continued far beyond what individual graves could contain. Prisoners quickly understood that the dimensions of the pits reflected organized mass murder on an industrial scale. As one considers the emotional realization carried by grave workers, it becomes clear that these men witnessed not isolated atrocities, but systematic extermination designed to erase entire populations beneath the earth. Ultimately, digging graves during mass executions reveals one of the darkest realities endured by prisoners forced into burial labor during the Holocaust. These men worked beside active killing zones where victims died continuously while the pits expanded beneath armed supervision. Their experiences expose how the machinery of extermination operated not only through murder itself, but through coercing prisoners into maintaining the hidden infrastructure that buried the dead. Even as the killing continued around them, as one continues to examine the prisoners forced to dig mass graves during the Holocaust, it becomes increasingly clear that many grave workers endured the unimaginable horror of performing burial labor while mass executions unfolded around them because the Nazi extermination system often operated with terrifying efficiency in which digging, shooting, transporting victims, and burying bodies occurred simultaneously within the same killing grounds. The prisoners assigned to these labor units therefore lived inside environments where death was not hidden or distant, but constantly visible and audible every hour of the day. As one reflects on the psychological destruction caused by such conditions, it becomes evident that grave workers became trapped inside one of the most horrifying mechanisms of mass murder created. During the Holocaust, many execution and burial operations took place near extermination sites, connected to camps such as Auschwitz to Birkenau or inside forests, ravines, open fields, and isolated compounds deliberately hidden from surrounding populations. Guards selected physically strong prisoners for the labor because the work demanded brutal endurance under starvation, fear, exhaustion, and emotional trauma. Yet once assigned to the burial units, prisoners realized quickly that they would not merely clean up after killings had finished. Instead, they often dug the pits, while executions continued nearby without interruption. The physical work remained relentless. Guards forced prisoners to carve enormous trenches into frozen ground, mud, sand, or rocky earth, while victims arrived continuously at the killing sites. Some grave workers later described hearing terrified voices, crying children, shouted commands, and gunfire blending together while they dug beneath armed supervision only short distances away. As one considers the emotional horror of such scenes, it becomes clear that prisoners endured psychological torment far beyond ordinary human endurance because they fully understood the purpose of the graves they were creating even before the pits were filled. Many grave workers directly witnessed executions taking place beside the trenches. Victims were often marched toward open pits in groups before being shot and falling into the graves below. In some locations, prisoners watched people forced to undress before executions while guards shouted orders over the sound of rifles firing repeatedly across the killing grounds. As one reflects on the trauma of seeing bodies collapse into trenches they themselves had spent hours digging, it becomes evident that grave labor forced prisoners into direct confrontation with industrialized mass death on a scale almost impossible to comprehend. Emotionally, the sound of executions became permanently embedded within the memories of many surviving grave workers. Some later described how the repeated crack of gunfire echoed endlessly across forests and ravines while bodies struck the earth below. Others remembered prayers spoken by victims moments before death or the terrible silence between executions before the next group approached the pits. As one considers the emotional impact of hearing these sounds continuously while working beside the graves, it becomes clear that the labor destroyed psychological boundaries between life and death entirely. The emotional devastation deepened further because many prisoners recognized details among the victims arriving at execution sites. Familiar languages, regional accents, religious clothing, family photographs, or cultural customs reminded grave workers of their own communities and families destroyed alongside them. Some prisoners realized they were burying people whose lives had resembled their own before. Deportation and imprisonment shattered everything. As one reflects on this recognition, it becomes evident that grave labor attacked prisoners emotionally by forcing them to witness not anonymous death, but the extermination of entire human worlds connected directly to their own identities and memories. The physical conditions surrounding the killing grounds intensified the horror continuously. Smoke drifted through the air while the smell of decomposition, blood, mud, sewage, and burned flesh covered the landscape permanently. Rain filled trenches with contaminated water while prisoners weakened from starvation struggled to continue digging. Under guard violence and exhaustion, as one considers the environment surrounding these operations, it becomes clear that the killing grounds themselves became landscapes transformed entirely by death. Fear surrounded the labor units constantly because prisoners understood they possessed dangerous knowledge the Nazis sought to conceal. Guards supervised grave workers heavily while rumors spread about previous labor details disappearing once burial operations ended or witnesses became unnecessary. As one reflects on this atmosphere, it becomes evident that grave workers lived beneath permanent awareness that they themselves remained disposable. Within the extermination machinery, many feared that once the pits were filled, they too would be executed and buried inside the same graves. Yet, despite overwhelming brutality, prisoners still struggled to preserve fragments of humanity amid the terror. Some whispered prayers quietly for victims approaching execution zones, while others attempted arranging bodies more respectfully. Despite guard violence and pressure to work quickly, a few prisoners secretly memorized locations, numbers, and procedures connected to the killings in hopes the truth might someday survive beyond the camps themselves. As one reflects on these acts, it becomes evident that even within the machinery of extermination, prisoners resisted total emotional destruction through memory, witness, and small expressions of human dignity. The grave pits themselves revealed the enormous scale of Nazi mass murder. Some trenches stretched vast distances across forests and fields because executions continued far beyond what ordinary burial practices could contain. Prisoners understood quickly that the dimensions of the graves reflected organized extermination, intended to erase entire populations from existence. As one considers the realization carried by grave workers, it becomes clear that these men witnessed one of history's darkest systems, operating directly before their eyes. Ultimately, digging graves during mass executions reveals one of the most horrifying realities faced by prisoners forced into burial labor during the Holocaust. These men worked inside active killing grounds where victims died continuously, beside open pits while the machinery of extermination expanded relentlessly around them. Their suffering exposes not only the brutality of Nazi mass murder, but also the terrifying coercion, forcing prisoners themselves into maintaining the graves that consumed countless human lives. Beneath the Earth. Chapter 2. Segment 2. Dragging Bodies into the Pits. As one continues deeper into understanding the prisoners forced to dig mass graves during the Holocaust, it becomes increasingly clear that among the most horrifying tasks assigned to these labor units was the forced movement of bodies into the burial pits, because grave workers were not only ordered to dig enormous trenches, but also to drag, stack, and arrange the dead beneath. Armed supervision inside landscapes transformed completely by extermination. The physical and psychological burden of this labor became almost impossible to comprehend fully, because the prisoners handling the corpses often worked immediately after mass executions, while blood, mud, gunfire, smoke, and fear still surrounded the killing grounds. As one reflects on the reality of these tasks, it becomes evident that the labor units existed within one of the darkest and most dehumanizing systems created during the Holocaust. Many of these operations took place near extermination centers connected to camps such as Auschwitz II-Birkenau, or inside isolated forests, ravines, and fields hidden deliberately from surrounding populations. Guards forced prisoners into tightly controlled labor details because the men witnessed evidence of mass murder. The Nazis desperately sought to conceal. Once the grave pits had been dug, the next stage began. Almost immediately, prisoners were ordered to move bodies from execution zones into the trenches while guards shouted command. The emotional horror of this work, it becomes clear that grave labor forced prisoners into direct physical contact with mass death on a scale beyond normal human understanding. The physical process itself remained brutal and exhausting. Corpses had to be dragged across muddy ground, lifted into trenches, stacked tightly together, or rearranged inside the pits to maximize space. As executions continued, prisoners, weakened already by starvation, disease, and exhaustion, struggled beneath the weight of bodies while guards demanded constant speed and efficiency. As one reflects on the physical strain involved in such labor, it becomes evident that the work attacked the body relentlessly while simultaneously destroying the mind emotionally. Some grave workers handled hundreds or even thousands of bodies over extended periods while surviving on minimal food beneath constant fear. The bodies themselves revealed the horrifying scale of extermination surrounding the labor units. Men, women, elderly people, and children lay together near the pits after shootings or transport operations ended. Some corpses still held personal belongings, while others remained partially clothed or marked by visible injuries from executions. As one considers what prisoners must have felt moving these bodies hour after hour, it becomes clear that the work forced intimate confrontation with human suffering beyond ordinary emotional endurance. Many grave workers later described being haunted permanently by the faces of victims they handled, because the labor stripped away any emotional distance between the workers and the dead. The emotional devastation intensified when prisoners recognized details connecting victims directly to their own communities or identities. Languages, religious clothing, photographs, jewelry, hairstyles, or regional accents sometimes reminded grave workers of their own families and hometowns destroyed within the same extermination system. Some prisoners realized they were dragging bodies belonging to people who had lived ordinary lives resembling their own only days earlier. As one reflects on the emotional burden of such recognition, it becomes evident that grave labor attacked prisoners psychologically by forcing them to participate under coercion in the burial of entire human communities connected to their own past. Guards supervised the work with extreme brutality. Prisoners who slowed from exhaustion, sickness, or emotional collapse faced beatings, threats, or immediate execution. Some grave Workers later described guards forcing labor units to continue dragging bodies while gunfire still echoed nearby and new victims approached the execution zones. As one considers the atmosphere surrounding these operations, it becomes clear that fear remained constant because prisoners understood they themselves were disposable tools within the extermination machinery. The pits they filled with bodies might eventually become their own graves as well. The physical environment surrounding the work deepened the horror continuously. Mud mixed with blood, while smoke drifted across killing grounds filled with the smell of decomposition, sewage, ashes, and burned flesh. During rain, trenches filled partially with contaminated water while bodies became harder to move across slippery ground. In winter, frozen corpses and frozen earth created additional physical agony for starving prisoners struggling to continue beneath armed supervision. As one reflects on these conditions, it becomes evident that the grave pits became landscapes, entirely transformed by death and suffering. Yet, despite overwhelming brutality, grave workers still searched quietly for ways to preserve fragments of dignity for the dead. Some prisoners attempted arranging bodies more carefully despite guard violence and pressure to work quickly. Others whispered prayers silently while lowering corpses into the pits or tried covering victims respectfully before additional layers of bodies arrived above them. As one reflects on these acts, it becomes evident that even inside the machinery of extermination, prisoners resisted complete emotional destruction through fragile expressions of compassion toward those being buried anonymously beneath the earth. The psychological damage caused by dragging bodies into the pits remained permanent for many survivors after liberation. Some later described nightmares lasting decades, while others struggled to speak publicly about what they had witnessed and handled during grave labor operations. As one considers the lasting trauma carried by these men, it becomes clear that the labor destroyed emotional boundaries between survival and horror in ways few people beyond the killing grounds could fully understand. Ultimately, dragging bodies into the pits reveals one of the most horrifying realities endured by prisoners forced into grave labor during the Holocaust. These men lived inside landscapes of continuous extermination where they were coerced into handling the dead beneath armed supervision while executions and mass murder unfolded around them. Their suffering exposes not only the physical brutality of the labor itself, but also the unimaginable psychological destruction caused by surviving within the hidden infrastructure burying entire communities beneath the earth. As one continues to examine the prisoners forced to dig mass graves during the Holocaust, it becomes increasingly clear that one of the most psychologically devastating tasks assigned to these labor units involved dragging bodies into the pits because grave workers were forced into direct physical contact with the victims of mass extermination while operating inside killing grounds saturated with fear, violence, smoke, blood, and death. The prisoners trapped within these labor details did not merely witness the machinery of murder from a distance. They became unwilling participants within its hidden infrastructure, handling corpses hour after hour beneath armed supervision while struggling to survive physically and emotionally inside one of history's darkest systems of organized destruction. As one reflects on the reality of this labor, it becomes evident that the emotional burden carried by grave workers extended far beyond ordinary human comprehension. Many burial operations took place near extermination sites connected to camps, such as Auschwitz to Birkenau, or within forests, ravines, fields, and isolated execution compounds hidden deliberately from surrounding civilian populations. Guards selected physically capable prisoners because moving bodies into enormous trenches required exhausting physical labor under starvation conditions. Once executions ended or transports had been processed, labor units received orders to drag corpses from killing areas into the grave pits already prepared nearby. As one considers the terrifying speed with which these operations unfolded, it becomes clear that the extermination process functioned through brutal efficiency where killing and burial became tightly connected stages within the same machinery. The physical labor remained relentless. Prisoners dragged bodies across muddy ground, lifted corpses into trenches, arranged layers of the dead inside pits, and cleared execution zones for additional victims arriving. Afterward, some labor units worked continuously for hours or days without meaningful rest while guards shouted commands and threatened violence constantly. As one reflects on the physical exhaustion demanded by such labor, it becomes evident that grave workers existed beneath crushing strain while weakened already by starvation, disease, fear, and exposure to constant trauma. The bodies themselves revealed the horrifying scale of extermination surrounding the labor units. Men, women, elderly people, and children lay together near execution sites waiting for burial while blood soaked the earth nearby. Some victims still held personal belongings or wore fragments of civilian clothing while others bore visible wounds from shootings or beatings carried out moments earlier. As one considers the emotional impact of handling these bodies repeatedly, it becomes clear that grave workers faced continuous confrontation with human suffering stripped of all emotional distance. Many prisoners later described feeling permanently haunted by the faces and expressions of victims they had been forced to move into the pits. The emotional devastation intensified further when prisoners recognized details connecting victims directly to their own communities and identities. Familiar languages, religious symbols, family photographs, hairstyles, regional accents, or cultural clothing sometimes reminded grave workers of their own families and hometowns destroyed within the same extermination system. Some prisoners realized they were dragging the bodies of people whose lives had resembled their own. Only days earlier before deportation and mass murder shattered entire communities. As one reflects on this emotional recognition, it becomes evident that grave labor attacked prisoners psychologically by forcing intimate participation in the destruction of worlds connected directly to their own pasts and memories. Guards maintained absolute terror throughout the operations. Prisoners who slowed from exhaustion or emotional collapse risked beatings, shootings, or replacement by other laborers. Some grave workers later described being forced to continue dragging bodies while executions still occurred nearby and new victims approached the pits. As one considers the atmosphere surrounding such scenes, it becomes clear that grave workers lived beneath constant awareness that they themselves remained temporary tools within the extermination machinery. Many feared that once their labor ended, they too would be murdered and buried inside the same pits they had spent days filling with corpses. The physical environment surrounding the burial grounds deepened the horror continuously. Smoke drifted through the air, while mud mixed with blood, ashes, sewage, decomposition, and human remains. During rainstorms, trenches filled partially with contaminated water while slippery ground made moving bodies even more physically brutal for starving prisoners. In winter, frozen corpses became nearly impossible to handle easily while guards still demanded endless labor beneath freezing conditions. As one reflects on these surroundings, it becomes evident that the grave pits transformed entire landscapes into environments consumed by death itself. Yet despite overwhelming brutality, prisoners still searched quietly for ways to preserve fragments of dignity. For the victims, some grave workers attempted positioning bodies more carefully despite guard, violence and pressure to work faster. Others whispered prayers silently or tried covering faces, before additional layers of corpses were stacked above them inside the trenches. As one reflects on these small acts, it becomes evident that even within the machinery of extermination, prisoners resisted complete emotional destruction through fragile gestures of compassion toward the dead. The psychological damage caused by dragging bodies into the pits remained with many survivors. Long after liberation, some later described recurring nightmares, emotional numbness, or inability to speak openly about what they had witnessed and handled during burial operations. As one considers the lasting trauma carried by these men, it becomes clear that grave labor destroyed emotional boundaries between life, death, survival, and horror in ways few outside the killing grounds could fully understand. Ultimately, dragging bodies into the pits reveals one of the darkest realities endured by prisoners forced into grave labor during the Holocaust. These men worked inside active extermination zones where they were coerced into handling the dead beneath armed supervision while mass murder continued around them continuously. Their suffering exposes not only the brutality of Nazi killing operations, but also the terrifying psychological destruction inflicted upon prisoners trapped within the hidden infrastructure burying entire human communities beneath the earth. Chapter 2. Segment 3. The Smell, Smoke, and Endless Horror. As one continues deeper into understanding the prisoners forced to dig mass graves during the Holocaust, it becomes increasingly clear that the killing grounds assaulted the senses continuously. Because grave workers existed inside environments where the smell of decomposition, the smoke of burning bodies, and the endless visual horror surrounding them created psychological destruction beyond ordinary human endurance. The men trapped inside these labor units did not experience the extermination system through isolated moments alone. Instead, they lived hour after hour within landscapes physically transformed by mass death itself. Every breath carried the smell of corpses, every movement unfolded beneath drifting smoke, and every day forced prisoners deeper into a world where extermination surrounded them constantly beneath armed Nazi control. As one reflects on the reality of these environments, it becomes evident that the killing grounds became places where the senses themselves turned into instruments of trauma. Many burial operations and extermination zones operated near camps such as Auschwitz II, Birkenau, or inside isolated forests, ravines, fields, and hidden compounds spread across occupied Europe. Guards selected grave workers from incoming prisoner populations and forced them into labor details responsible for maintaining the hidden infrastructure of mass murder. Once assigned to these units, prisoners quickly discovered that escape from the sensory reality surrounding the killing grounds became impossible. The smell alone dominated existence. Survivors later described the odor of the pits and execution sites as something beyond normal human experience. A mixture of decomposition, blood, sewage, smoke, mud, burned flesh, human waste, damp earth, and disease hanging permanently over the landscape. As one considers what it meant to breathe such air every hour of every day, it becomes clear that the grave workers existed inside an environment where death entered the body itself through every breath. The smell intensified During warmer months when bodies decomposed rapidly inside mass graves or lay exposed, temporarily near execution areas before burial. Flies covered corpses and swarmed across work zones while prisoners weakened by starvation struggled to continue labor beneath the overwhelming stench surrounding them. Some grave workers later described vomiting repeatedly during their first days on the burial details before eventually becoming emotionally numb simply to survive physically. As one reflects on this adaptation, it becomes evident that the labor forced prisoners into terrifying psychological transformation where even sensory horror gradually became normalized through constant exposure. Smoke formed another permanent feature of existence inside the killing grounds. In many extermination zones, the Nazis eventually attempted burning bodies in enormous open-air fires or cremation operations designed to eliminate evidence of mass murder. Thick smoke drifted continuously above forests, pits, and burial fields while ash settled across the surrounding landscape. As one considers the emotional impact of living beneath such smoke, it becomes clear that prisoners understood increasingly what the fires represented. The smoke itself became a visible symbol of extermination surrounding every aspect of daily life. The visual horror proved equally overwhelming. Grave workers moved constantly among piles of bodies, open trenches, blood-soaked ground, abandoned clothing, personal belongings, and execution sites where killings continued beside the pits themselves. Some prisoners saw enormous mass graves stretching across fields while others worked beside partially burned corpses or reopened burial trenches during later evidence destruction operations. As one reflects on these scenes, it becomes evident that the killing grounds destroyed normal emotional boundaries entirely because prisoners existed within environments where death covered the landscape physically in every direction. Nighttime brought little relief from the horror surrounding the labor units. Smoke and smell remained permanent while gunfire, vehicle movement, shouting guards, and distant screams continued through darkness across the killing zones. Prisoners rested in nearby barracks or temporary shelters still surrounded by the same odors and fears dominating daytime labor. As one considers how impossible emotional recovery became under such conditions, it becomes clear that grave workers never escaped psychologically from the extermination machinery surrounding them. The emotional devastation intensified because many prisoners recognized human details among the victims surrounding the pits. Shoes, photographs, children's toys, prayer books, jewelry, and fragments of clothing revealed the ordinary lives destroyed beneath the extermination system. Some grave workers later described becoming haunted by these objects because they reminded them constantly that the dead had once possessed families, identities, hopes, and routines similar to their own lives before imprisonment. As one reflects on this emotional recognition, it becomes evident that the killing grounds represented not anonymous death, but the destruction of entire human communities buried beneath smoke and earth. Fear accompanied every aspect of this existence. Grave workers understood they themselves remained disposable witnesses inside a system determined to conceal crimes. Guards maintained constant supervision while rumors spread about labor units being murdered once burial operations ended. As one reflects on the atmosphere surrounding the killing grounds, it becomes clear that prisoners lived beneath permanent awareness that they too might eventually disappear into the smoke, pits, and ashes surrounding them daily. Yet despite overwhelming sensory horror, prisoners still struggled quietly to preserve fragments of humanity. Some whispered prayers while handling bodies. Others secretly memorized details about burial sites, executions, and burning operations, hoping someday the outside world might learn the truth. A few grave workers attempted comforting one another during sleepless nights beneath the smoke-filled skies surrounding the killing grounds. As one reflects on these acts, it becomes evident that even while trapped inside landscapes consumed by extermination, prisoners resisted complete emotional destruction through memory, witness, and fragile human connection. Ultimately, the smell, smoke, and endless horror surrounding the grave pits reveal one of the darkest realities endured by prisoners forced into burial labor during the Holocaust. These men lived inside killing grounds where decomposition, fire, death, and terror became permanent features of daily existence. Their suffering exposes not only the brutality of Nazi extermination operations, but also the unimaginable psychological destruction caused by surviving continuously within environments transformed entirely by mass murder. As one continues to examine the prisoners forced to dig mass graves during the Holocaust, it becomes increasingly clear that the killing grounds overwhelmed the senses constantly because grave workers lived inside environments where smoke, decomposition, blood, burning flesh, mud, and endless visual horror surrounded every moment of daily existence beneath the machinery of extermination. The men trapped inside these labor units did not merely witness isolated acts of violence. Instead, they survived within landscapes physically consumed by mass death where every breath, every smell, and every sight reinforced the terrifying reality surrounding them. As one reflects on the conditions inside these killing grounds, it becomes evident that the sensory assault itself became a form of psychological torture, destroying emotional stability and human comprehension step by step. Many grave operations took place near extermination camps such as Auschwitz II-Birkenau or within forests, ravines, fields, and isolated execution zones hidden deliberately from surrounding civilian populations. Guards selected prisoners for burial labor because the work required exhausting physical strength under starvation conditions. Yet once trapped inside these details, prisoners quickly discovered that the environment itself had become saturated entirely with death. The smell dominated everything. Survivors later described the odor surrounding the pits as impossible to compare with ordinary experience because decomposition mixed continuously with blood, sewage, smoke, mud, disease, ashes, burned flesh, and human remains spread across the killing grounds. As one considers what it meant to exist inside such air, day after day, it becomes clear that grave workers lived within an environment where death entered the body constantly through breathing itself. During warmer weather, decomposition intensified rapidly as bodies remained temporarily exposed near execution zones or inside partially filled trenches. Flies swarmed over corpses and burial pits while prisoners weakened from starvation struggled to continue labor beneath overwhelming stench and exhaustion. Some grave workers later recalled vomiting repeatedly during their first days before emotional numbness slowly replaced immediate physical shock. As one reflects on this adaptation, it becomes evident that the labor forced prisoners into terrifying psychological transformation, simply to remain functional within environments so saturated by horror. Smoke also became a permanent feature of life inside the killing grounds. As burial operations expanded and the Nazis later attempted concealing evidence of mass murder through cremation and open-air burning operations, thick smoke drifted continuously across forests, pits, and labor zones. Ash settled over the ground while flames consumed bodies beneath armed supervision. As one considers the emotional meaning of these fires for the grave workers, it becomes clear that the smoke itself became a visible reminder of extermination surrounding every aspect of daily existence. The visual horror surrounding the burial details proved equally devastating. Grave workers moved among open trenches, piles of corpses, blood-soaked earth, abandoned clothing, scattered shoes, and personal belongings left behind by victims moments before execution. Some prisoners worked beside partially burned bodies while others reopened older graves during evidence destruction operations ordered by Nazi authorities attempting to erase traces of earlier massacres. As one reflects on these scenes, it becomes evident that the killing grounds transformed entire landscapes into physical manifestations of organized mass murder. Nighttime offered almost no escape from the horror surrounding the labor units. The smell of decomposition and smoke remained permanent while gunfire, shouting guards, vehicle movement, barking dogs, and distant screams echoed across the darkness. Prisoners rested inside nearby shelters or temporary barracks, still surrounded by the same sensory terror dominating the daytime labor. As one considers how impossible emotional recovery became beneath such conditions, it becomes clear that grave workers never truly escaped psychologically from the extermination system even during brief moments of rest. The emotional devastation deepened because many prisoners recognized human details among the victims and belongings surrounding the pits. Children's toys, photographs, religious books, jewelry, letters, and fragments of clothing reminded grave workers constantly that the dead had once lived ordinary human lives filled with families, routines, hopes, and identities resembling their own existence before imprisonment. Some prisoners later described becoming haunted by these objects because they represented the destruction not merely of individuals but of entire human worlds erased beneath the extermination machinery. Fear shaped every aspect of existence inside the killing grounds. Grave workers understood they themselves remained temporary witnesses inside operations the Nazis desperately wanted hidden from the outside world. Guards maintained strict control while rumors spread about burial labor units being murdered after completing assignments connected to mass graves and cremation sites. As one reflects on this atmosphere, it becomes evident that prisoners lived beneath permanent awareness, that they too might disappear into the smoke, pits, and ashes surrounding them daily. Yet despite overwhelming sensory and psychological horror, prisoners still searched quietly for ways to preserve fragments of humanity within the killing grounds. Some whispered prayers while might someday learn the truth. Others comforted exhausted fellow prisoners during sleepless nights while struggling themselves beneath trauma impossible to express fully. As one reflects on these acts, it becomes evident that even within landscapes consumed entirely by death and extermination, prisoners resisted complete emotional destruction through witness, memory, and fragile human solidarity. Ultimately, the smell, smoke, and endless horror surrounding the grave pits reveal one of the darkest realities faced by prisoners forced into burial labor during the Holocaust. These men survived inside killing grounds where decomposition, fire, corpses, and terror became permanent features of daily life. Their suffering exposes not only the brutality of Nazi extermination operations, but also the unimaginable psychological destruction caused by existing continuously within environments transformed entirely by mass murder. Chapter 3. Segment 1. Grave workers as dangerous witnesses. As one continues deeper into understanding the prisoners forced to dig mass graves during the Holocaust, it becomes increasingly clear that the Nazis viewed these labor units not merely as expendable workers but as dangerous witnesses, because the men assigned to burial operations saw directly the hidden machinery of extermination that the regime desperately sought to conceal from the outside world. Grave workers witnessed transports arriving, executions unfolding, bodies being buried or burned, and evidence of mass murder spreading across forests, ravines, camps, and killing fields throughout occupied Europe. They saw the victims, heard the gunfire, smelled the smoke, and understood increasingly the true scale of extermination operating behind fences and guarded compounds. As one reflects on the position these prisoners occupied within the Nazi system, it becomes evident that the grave workers existed inside a terrifying contradiction. They were temporarily necessary for maintaining the machinery of death, yet simultaneously marked for elimination because they knew too much. Many of these labor units operated near extermination sites connected to camps such as Auschwitz II-Birkenau, or within isolated forests and ravines where mass shootings and burial operations occurred far from public view. Guards selected physically capable prisoners for the work because digging enormous pits, moving bodies, and later reopening graves required exhausting labor under brutal conditions. Yet, once assigned to these details, prisoners quickly understood they had entered areas hidden deliberately even from many other inmates within the broader camp system. As one considers why such secrecy surrounded the grave labor units, it becomes clear that the Nazis understood the burial grounds represented physical evidence of systematic extermination on an enormous scale. Grave workers witnessed realities the regime intended to erase completely from history. The prisoners saw endless transports of victims arriving at killing zones while executions continued. Beside open pits, they handled bodies, recognized personal belongings, and observed how burial operations changed over time as the extermination system expanded. Some workers later described memorizing details instinctively because they sensed the importance of preserving evidence should anyone survive long enough to tell the outside world. As one reflects on these acts of observation, it becomes evident that grave workers gradually understood themselves as witnesses trapped inside hidden operations whose existence the Nazis would eventually attempt to deny or destroy. Fear dominated the labor units because rumors spread constantly about previous burial workers disappearing after assignments ended. Prisoners understood increasingly that the Nazis rarely allowed direct witnesses to extermination operations to survive permanently. Guards reinforced this terror deliberately through violence, isolation, and constant reminders that the workers themselves remained disposable within the same machinery surrounding them. As one considers the atmosphere inside these labor details, it becomes clear that grave workers lived beneath permanent awareness that they might eventually be murdered simply because they possessed first-hand knowledge of the killings. The secrecy surrounding burial operations intensified further as the war progressed. In many regions, Nazi authorities launched efforts to reopen older mass graves and burn bodies in order to eliminate evidence of earlier massacres. Prisoners were forced to dig up decomposing corpses, build enormous cremation fires, crush bones, and scatter ashes across fields and rivers. As one reflects on these horrifying operations, it becomes evident that the Nazis feared discovery deeply enough to destroy even the dead themselves in pursuit of concealment. Yet these efforts also confirmed to grave workers the enormous scale of the crimes they had witnessed, the psychological burden of possessing such Knowledge became overwhelming for many prisoners. Grave workers understood not only that mass murder was occurring, but that entire human communities were being systematically erased. Beneath forests, fields, and smoke-filled skies, some prisoners recognized languages, religious symbols, or personal belongings connecting victims directly to their own families, hometowns, and cultural worlds destroyed alongside them. As one considers the emotional impact of this realization, it becomes clear that grave workers carried knowledge almost impossible to process psychologically while continuing daily labor beneath armed supervision. Isolation became another tool used against the burial labor units. Guards separated grave workers from ordinary camp populations whenever possible because the Nazis feared information spreading beyond controlled killing zones. Prisoners therefore lived in near total confinement, surrounded constantly by executions, burial pits, smoke, decomposition, and fear. As one reflects on the emotional effect of such isolation, it becomes evident that grave workers occupied a uniquely terrifying position within the extermination system because they could neither escape the horror surrounding them, nor easily communicate what they witnessed to others outside the killing grounds. Yet despite overwhelming terror, many prisoners still attempted quietly to preserve evidence and memory. Some memorized numbers of transports or locations of graves. Others whispered details to fellow inmates or later buried notes and testimonies secretly near execution sites, hoping someone might someday uncover the truth. As one reflects on these acts, it becomes evident that even within the machinery of extermination, grave workers resisted complete erasure through witness and memory. Their survival itself threatened the Nazi project of concealment because living witnesses could testify to what the regime sought desperately to hide beneath earth and ashes. The Nazis, therefore, viewed grave workers as temporary necessities rather than prisoners meant for long-term survival. Once burial operations shifted, pits filled, or evidence destruction campaigns ended, many labor units disappeared through executions designed to eliminate remaining witnesses. As one considers the fate awaiting many of these prisoners, it becomes clear that grave labor carried dual terror, surviving daily exposure to mass death while knowing the system likely intended eventually to bury the workers themselves alongside the evidence they had handled. Ultimately, grave workers became dangerous witnesses because they saw directly the hidden infrastructure of extermination operating behind Nazi secrecy. They understood how transports vanished, how mass graves filled, how bodies burned, and how evidence was concealed beneath forests and fields across occupied Europe. Their experiences reveal not only the brutality of the killing operations themselves, but also the regime's desperate fear that the truth might someday survive through the memories of prisoners forced to labor beside the pits. As one continues to examine the prisoners forced to dig mass graves during the Holocaust, it becomes increasingly clear that the Nazis regarded these labor units as dangerous witnesses, because the men assigned to burial operations possessed direct knowledge of extermination procedures, execution sites, mass graves, and evidence destruction campaigns hidden carefully from the outside world. Grave workers saw the machinery of death operating in full reality. They watched transports arrive, heard gunfire echo across forests and ravines, handled bodies, witnessed cremation fires, and understood increasingly that entire populations were being systematically erased beneath the earth. As one reflects on the position these prisoners occupied within the extermination system, it becomes evident that they existed inside a terrifying paradox. The Nazis depended temporarily upon their labor while simultaneously fearing the knowledge. These men carried. Many grave labor units operated near extermination zones connected to camps, such as Auschwitz-Birkenau, or inside isolated forests, ravines, and hidden killing fields spread across occupied Europe. Guards selected physically capable prisoners for the work because burial operations required enormous physical endurance under starvation conditions. Yet once assigned to these details, prisoners quickly recognized they had entered areas surrounded by unusual secrecy and isolation. As one considers why the Nazis separated grave workers so carefully from broader camp populations, it becomes clear that the burial grounds contained evidence of organized mass murder the regime sought desperately to conceal. Grave workers witnessed realities few outsiders were ever meant to see. They watched victims march toward execution zones, heard shootings continue for hours, and buried bodies in enormous trenches stretching across forests and fields. Some prisoners later described memorizing details instinctively: the number of transports arriving, the dimensions of grave pits, the locations of burial grounds, and the procedures surrounding executions, because they sensed already that these crimes might someday be denied if no witnesses survived. As one reflects on these acts of observation, it becomes evident that grave workers gradually understood themselves not simply as prisoners, but as living witnesses trapped inside hidden extermination operations. Fear dominated these labor units because rumors circulated constantly about previous work groups disappearing after burial. Assignments ended. Prisoners understood increasingly that the Nazis considered witnesses dangerous once their labor became unnecessary. Guards reinforced this terror through constant violence, threats, and reminders that the workers themselves remained disposable within the extermination machinery. As one considers the psychological atmosphere surrounding these burial details, it becomes clear that grave workers lived beneath permanent awareness that they too might eventually be executed simply because they possessed first-hand knowledge of the killings. The secrecy surrounding grave operations intensified dramatically as the war progressed and Nazi authorities attempted concealing evidence of earlier massacres. In many regions, prisoners were ordered to reopen mass graves filled months or years earlier, remove decomposing bodies, construct enormous cremation fires, crush bones, and scatter ashes across rivers and fields. These operations formed part of systematic efforts to erase traces of extermination before advancing. Armies or investigators could uncover the burial sites. As one reflects on these horrifying tasks, it becomes evident that the Nazis feared historical discovery deeply enough to destroy even the physical remains of victims. Yet these efforts also confirmed to grave workers the enormous scale of the crimes surrounding them. The emotional burden of carrying such knowledge became almost unbearable. Grave workers understood not only that people were dying nearby, but that entire human communities were being systematically exterminated and hidden beneath earth, smoke, and ash. Some prisoners recognized languages, religious clothing, family photographs, or regional accents connecting victims directly to their own families and hometowns. As one considers the emotional devastation caused by these recognitions, it becomes clear that grave workers carried memories and knowledge almost impossible to process while still struggling daily for survival beneath armed supervision. Isolation formed another critical part of controlling these witnesses. Guards separated burial labor units from ordinary prisoners whenever possible because information about mass shootings, grave pits, and extermination procedures threatened Nazi secrecy. Grave workers therefore existed in near total confinement, surrounded continuously by executions, corpses, smoke, and fear, while rarely communicating with outsiders. As one reflects on the psychological impact of such isolation, it becomes evident that grave workers occupied one of the most terrifying positions within the camp system, because they could neither escape what they witnessed nor safely reveal it to the outside world. Yet, despite overwhelming terror, many prisoners still attempted quietly to preserve evidence of what they had seen. Some secretly memorized grave locations or execution procedures, while others whispered information to fellow inmates or buried written testimonies, hoping future investigators might someday uncover them. As one reflects on these acts, it becomes evident that even inside the machinery of extermination, grave workers resisted complete erasure through witness and memory. Their very existence threatened Nazi concealment, because living survivors could testify about operations the regime intended disappearing forever beneath forests, smoke, and mass graves. The Nazis, therefore, treated grave workers as temporary necessities rather than prisoners intended for survival. Once burial operations changed, graves were emptied, or evidence destruction campaigns ended, many labor units themselves were murdered in order to eliminate remaining witnesses connected directly to the extermination system. As one considers the fate awaiting so many of these prisoners, it becomes clear that grave labor carried constant dual terror, surviving daily exposure to mass murder while knowing the machinery surrounding them likely intended eventually to erase the workers themselves. Ultimately, grave workers became dangerous witnesses because they saw directly the hidden infrastructure sustaining Nazi extermination across occupied Europe. They witnessed how transports disappeared, how mass graves filled, how bodies burned, and how evidence was concealed beneath earth and ash. Their experiences reveal not only the brutality of mass murder itself, but also the regime's desperate fear that the truth might survive through the memories of prisoners forced to labor beside the graves. Chapter 3. Segment 2. Executing the burial labor units. As one continues deeper into understanding the prisoners forced to dig mass graves during the Holocaust, it becomes increasingly clear that many of the men trapped inside these burial labor units eventually faced execution themselves, because the Nazis considered direct witnesses to extermination operations dangerous once their labor was no longer needed. The grave workers had seen too much. They knew where bodies were buried, how executions unfolded, how transports disappeared, and how evidence destruction operations were carried out across forests, ravines, camps, and hidden killing fields throughout occupied Europe. As one reflects on the terrifying logic governing these labor units, it becomes evident that the prisoners existed inside a system where survival remained temporary from the beginning. The same machinery forcing them to dig graves, move corpses, and burn bodies ultimately intended to erase the workers. Near extermination zones connected to camps such as Auschwitz II-Birkenau, or within isolated execution areas hidden deliberately from surrounding populations. Guards selected physically capable prisoners for grave labor because the work demanded enormous physical endurance under starvation conditions. Yet from the moment these men entered the burial units, rumors circulated constantly about previous workers disappearing once operations ended. Some prisoners learned quietly that earlier labor groups had been shot beside the pits after graves were filled or evidence destruction tasks completed. As one considers the atmosphere surrounding these operations, it becomes clear that grave workers lived beneath permanent awareness that they themselves remained disposable witnesses within the extermination system. The executions of burial labor. Units often followed terrifying patterns. After weeks or months spent digging graves, dragging bodies, reopening burial pits, or burning corpses during evidence destruction campaigns, prisoners were suddenly ordered into new formations or transferred under guard toward isolated areas. Some labor groups were told they would receive showers, medical examinations, or relocation to other camps. Others sensed immediately what was happening because they recognized the same routes, forests, and execution procedures they had witnessed used against earlier victims. As one reflects on the psychological horror of these moments, it becomes evident that many grave workers understood with devastating clarity that the machinery they had served now intended to erase them as well. In some locations, guards forced prisoners to dig additional pits shortly before their own executions. Grave workers therefore sometimes realized with terrifying certainty that they were preparing their own graves beneath armed supervision. Some prisoners later described emotional collapse spreading through labor details once rumors of impending executions became undeniable. Others spoke about desperate escape discussions, whispered during nighttime hours inside isolated barracks surrounded by guards, dogs, and fences. As one considers the emotional atmosphere surrounding these final days, it becomes clear that the burial units existed inside a system where fear of extermination never disappeared even temporarily. The executions themselves unfolded with brutal efficiency. Prisoners were marched toward forests, ravines, pits, or cremation sites where guards shot labor groups in batches before burying or burning the bodies immediately afterward. In some extermination zones, newer burial workers were forced to handle the corpses of previously executed labor units, continuing the cycle of concealment and extermination. As one reflects on this horrifying process, it becomes evident that the Nazi system consumed witnesses continuously while relying upon new prisoners to replace those eliminated. The emotional cruelty surrounding these executions became especially devastating because many grave workers had survived unimaginable psychological trauma. Already before being murdered themselves, they had witnessed mass shootings, buried children and families, reopened decomposing graves, and handled bodies beneath smoke-filled skies while carrying knowledge almost impossible to bear emotionally. As one considers the fate awaiting so many of these prisoners, it becomes clear that the extermination system sought not only to destroy human lives, but also to erase memory and testimony connected to the crimes themselves. Fear of execution shaped every aspect of daily existence inside the burial labor units. Prisoners understood that survival depended upon remaining useful temporarily while knowing usefulness itself guaranteed eventual danger. Guards reinforced this terror constantly through threats and violence while rumors spread about upcoming liquidations of witness groups. As one reflects on the psychological burden carried by these prisoners, it becomes evident that grave workers survived inside permanent anticipation of death while continuing labor connected directly to extermination operations. Yet, despite overwhelming fear, some prisoners still attempted resistance or escape before executions could occur. In certain camps and killing zones, grave workers organized desperate revolts, sabotage efforts, or escape attempts after concluding extermination awaited them regardless of obedience. Others secretly buried testimonies, memorized grave locations, or passed information to outsiders hoping fragments of truth might survive even if they did not. As one reflects on these acts, it becomes evident that many grave workers refused completely passive disappearance despite the terrifying machinery surrounding them. The executions of burial labor units also reveal how deeply the Nazis feared evidence and witness testimony. The regime understood that mass graves, cremation fires, and extermination procedures represented crimes requiring concealment if the broader machinery of genocide was to remain hidden from future investigation. As one considers why the Nazis murdered the workers themselves, it becomes clear that living witnesses threatened the entire project of secrecy surrounding the killing operations. Ultimately, executing the burial labor units reveals one of the darkest realities inside the Holocaust extermination system. The prisoners forced to dig graves, move bodies, and conceal mass murder became victims themselves once their labor ended. Their deaths expose how the machinery of extermination sought not only to destroy entire populations, but also to erase the very witnesses capable of revealing what had happened beneath forests, ravines, smoke, and ash across occupied Europe. As one continues to examine the prisoners forced to dig mass graves during the Holocaust, it becomes increasingly clear that many burial labor units were eventually executed because the Nazis viewed these men as dangerous witnesses whose survival threatened the secrecy surrounding extermination operations. Grave workers possessed direct knowledge of mass shootings, burial pits, cremation fires, and evidence destruction campaigns hidden carefully from the outside world. They had seen transports disappear, handled corpses, witnessed executions, and understood how entire communities were being erased beneath forests and fields across occupied Europe. As one reflects on the terrifying logic governing the extermination system, it becomes evident that the Nazis intended not only to murder victims, but also to eliminate those forced into maintaining and witnessing the machinery of death itself. Many grave labor details operated near extermination sites connected to camps such as Auschwitz II Birkenau or inside isolated ravines, forests, and hidden execution zones where mass shootings and burial operations unfolded. Continuously, guards selected physically capable prisoners for the work because grave labor demanded enormous physical endurance under starvation conditions. Yet from the moment these men entered the burial units, fear of eventual execution shaped daily existence. Rumors circulated constantly about earlier labor groups disappearing after pits were filled, graves reopened, or cremation operations completed. Some prisoners learned secretly that previous burial workers had been shot beside the same execution grounds where they themselves now labored. As one considers the psychological atmosphere surrounding these units, it becomes clear that grave workers survived beneath permanent awareness that they too remained temporary tools within the extermination machinery. The executions often followed terrifyingly calculated procedures. After weeks or months spent digging graves, dragging bodies, reopening burial sites, or burning corpses, during evidence destruction operations, prisoners suddenly received orders suggesting transfer, relocation, or new work assignments. Some labor groups were told they would undergo medical examinations or transportation to other camps. Others immediately recognized signs of impending execution because they had already witnessed identical procedures used against previous victims. As one reflects on the emotional horror of these moments, it becomes evident that many grave workers understood with devastating clarity that the system they had been forced to serve now intended to erase them permanently. In some locations, guards forced burial workers to dig additional trenches shortly before their own executions. Prisoners therefore sometimes realized they were creating the graves that would soon consume them beneath armed supervision. Some Labor units reportedly experienced emotional collapse once rumors of liquidation became undeniable, while others whispered desperately about escape possibilities during sleepless nights, surrounded by guards, fences, and dogs. As one considers the terror surrounding these final days, it becomes clear that grave workers existed inside a machinery where survival remained only temporary postponement of death. The executions themselves unfolded with brutal efficiency. Prisoners were marched toward forests, ravines, burial pits, or cremation sites where guards shot them in groups before burying or burning the bodies immediately afterward. In some extermination zones, newer labor units were forced to handle the corpses of previously executed grave workers, continuing the cycle of concealment and extermination without interruption. As one reflects on this horrifying process, it becomes evident that the Nazi system relied continuously upon replacing murdered witnesses with new prisoners trapped inside the same machinery. The emotional cruelty surrounding these executions became especially devastating, because many grave workers had already endured unimaginable psychological trauma before their own deaths. They had witnessed families murdered beside open pits, handled decomposing corpses, reopened mass graves, and breathed smoke from burning bodies while carrying knowledge almost impossible for the human mind to bear. As one considers the fate awaiting these prisoners, it becomes clear that the extermination system sought not merely to destroy life, but also to erase testimony, memory, and evidence connected to the killings themselves. Fear of liquidation dominated every aspect of existence inside the burial labor units. Prisoners understood increasingly that remaining useful temporarily offered no long-term safety, because usefulness itself made them dangerous witnesses once operations shifted or evidence destruction campaigns ended. Guards reinforced this fear constantly through threats and violence, while prisoners recognized how quickly entire labor groups could disappear. As one reflects on the psychological burden surrounding these units, it becomes evident that grave workers survived inside continuous anticipation of extermination while still being forced daily to maintain the machinery surrounding them. Yet, despite overwhelming terror, some prisoners attempted resistance before executions could occur. In certain camps and killing grounds, burial workers organized revolts, sabotage efforts, or escape attempts after concluding death awaited them regardless of obedience. Others secretly buried testimonies, memorized grave locations, or passed information to outsiders, hoping fragments of truth might survive beyond the extermination system itself. As one reflects on these acts, it becomes evident that many grave workers resisted total erasure even while trapped inside machinery designed specifically to destroy both victims and witnesses. The executions of burial labor units also reveal how deeply the Nazis feared exposure of their crimes. The regime understood that living witnesses threatened the secrecy surrounding mass graves, cremation fires, and extermination procedures hidden beneath forests and fields across occupied Europe. As one considers why the Nazis murdered the workers themselves, it becomes clear that witness testimony represented danger to the entire machinery of concealment surrounding the Holocaust. Ultimately, executing the burial labor units reveals one of the darkest realities inside the extermination system. The prisoners forced to dig graves, bury bodies, and conceal evidence became victims themselves once their labor ended. Their deaths expose how the machinery of genocide sought not only to destroy millions of lives, but also to erase the very witnesses capable of revealing what happened inside the hidden killing grounds beneath smoke, earth, and ash. Chapter 3. Segment 3. the few who escape to tell the world. As one continues deeper into understanding the prisoners forced to dig mass graves during the Holocaust, it becomes increasingly clear that some of the most important witnesses to Nazi extermination survived only because a small number of grave workers managed to escape the killing grounds and tell the outside world what they had seen, because the Nazis intended almost all of these prisoners to disappear alongside the evidence they handled. The men assigned to burial labor units witnessed realities hidden deliberately from ordinary camp populations and from the broader world beyond occupied Europe. They saw transports vanish into forests and extermination zones, watched executions unfold beside open pits, handled corpses by the thousands, reopened mass graves during evidence destruction operations, and breathed smoke rising from burning bodies beneath armed guard. As one reflects on the position these prisoners occupied inside the extermination system, it becomes evident that the survival of even a few witnesses carried enormous historical significance, because without their testimony, many details surrounding the hidden machinery of mass murder might have vanished forever beneath forests, ash and silence. Many grave labor units operated near extermination sites connected to camps, such as Auschwitz II Birkenau, or within isolated forests, ravines, and killing fields hidden carefully from surrounding civilian populations. Guards isolated these prisoners heavily because the workers possessed direct knowledge of extermination procedures the Nazis desperately sought to conceal. Yet despite fences, armed supervision, starvation, and constant fear of execution, some grave workers gradually realized that escape represented the only possible chance, not only for personal survival but for preserving evidence of what they had witnessed. As one considers the emotional pressure surrounding these decisions, it becomes clear that many escape attempts emerged not from hope alone, but from desperate awareness that liquidation likely awaited the labor units eventually, regardless of obedience. Planning escape from the burial details became extraordinarily dangerous. Grave workers remained under constant guard while operating inside isolated killing zones surrounded by forests, fences, patrols, dogs, and armed SS personnel. Prisoners weakened by starvation and psychological trauma possessed little physical strength for survival beyond the camps, even if escape succeeded temporarily. Yet some labor units still organized secret discussions during nighttime hours inside overcrowded shelters or barracks, while guards believed fear had destroyed all resistance completely. As one reflects on these hidden conversations, it becomes evident that the desire to reveal the truth about the extermination system remained powerful even inside environments consumed by terror and death. Some escape plans involved stealing civilian clothing or tools from surrounding work areas, while others relied upon confusion created during burial operations, nighttime darkness, or shifting guard routines. Few grave workers attempted hiding inside forests near execution zones before slowly moving toward villages or partisan-controlled territory beyond Nazi control. As one considers the terrifying risks surrounding these efforts, it becomes clear that escape from the killing grounds required not only courage, but extraordinary desperation, because capture almost certainly meant torture and execution. The emotional motivation behind many escape attempts extended beyond personal survival alone. Grave workers understood increasingly that the outside world knew little or nothing about the full scale of extermination occurring inside hidden killing zones across occupied Europe. Some prisoners later described feeling morally driven to preserve evidence of the crimes after witnessing families murdered beside open pits, mass graves stretching across forests, and cremation fires consuming thousands of bodies. As one reflects on this sense of responsibility, it becomes evident that certain grave workers escaped partly because they believed someone had to survive long enough to testify about what the Nazis intended to erase forever. Those who escaped carried memories almost impossible to communicate fully afterward. Survivors later described struggling emotionally to explain mass shootings, burial pits, decomposing corpses, smoke-filled landscapes, and evidence destruction operations because the scale of extermination exceeded ordinary human understanding. Some feared people outside the camps would refuse to believe what they described. Others later recalled overwhelming guilt connected to surviving while countless fellow prisoners and victims disappeared inside the killing grounds. As one considers the emotional burden carried by these survivors, it becomes clear that escape from the extermination system did not end the psychological trauma surrounding what they had witnessed. Yet the testimonies provided by surviving grave workers became critically important historical evidence after the war. Their accounts revealed details about mass graves, execution procedures, cremation operations, and Nazi attempts to conceal extermination sites. Through destruction of bodies and elimination of witnesses, survivors described how burial labor units operated, how prisoners were selected for the work, and how executions of witnesses themselves became part of the extermination process. As one reflects on the importance of these testimonies, it becomes evident that the few prisoners who escaped preserved essential truths about hidden aspects of the Holocaust the Nazis hoped would disappear permanently beneath smoke and earth. The survival of these witnesses also exposed the failure of Nazi concealment efforts ultimately. Despite mass executions, cremation fires, evidence destruction campaigns, and murder of burial labor units, fragments of testimony survived through prisoners who escaped forests, camps, and killing grounds, carrying memory itself beyond the extermination system. As one considers the broader meaning of these escapes, it becomes clear that witness testimony became a form of resistance against the machinery of erasure surrounding the Holocaust. Yet the emotional cost remained immense. Many survivors spent the rest of their lives haunted by the faces of victims they buried, the smell of decomposition and smoke surrounding the pits, and the knowledge that countless fellow grave workers never survived long enough to tell anyone what happened. As one reflects on this burden, it becomes evident that the surviving witnesses carried not only personal trauma, but also responsibility for preserving the memory of those erased within the killing grounds themselves. Ultimately, the few grave workers who escaped to tell the world became some of the most important witnesses to Nazi extermination because they survived the hidden machinery of mass murder the regime tried desperately to conceal. Their testimonies revealed how prisoners were forced into burial labor, how extermination sites operated, and how witnesses themselves became targets for elimination. Through memory and testimony, these survivors ensured that at least part of the truth buried beneath forests, ravines, smoke, and ash would survive beyond the Holocaust itself. As one continues to examine the prisoners forced to dig mass graves during the Holocaust, it becomes increasingly clear that the survival of even a handful of grave workers carried enormous historical importance because the Nazis intended these labor units to vanish completely alongside the evidence they handled. The prisoners assigned to burial operations witnessed the hidden reality of extermination more directly than almost anyone else inside the camp system. They saw transports arriving at killing grounds, watched executions beside open pits, handled bodies by the thousands, reopened mass graves during evidence destruction campaigns, and breathed smoke. From cremation fires rising across forests and fields throughout occupied Europe. As one reflects on the significance of the few prisoners who escaped these operations alive, it becomes evident that their testimonies preserved truths the Nazi regime fought desperately to erase forever beneath earth, ash, and silence. Many grave labor units operated near extermination zones connected to camps such as Auschwitz II Birkenau or within isolated ravines, forests, and killing fields hidden carefully from civilian populations and even from many ordinary prisoners inside the camps themselves. Guards maintained heavy isolation around these labor details because the workers possessed direct knowledge of mass shootings, burial sites, cremation operations, and extermination procedures. Yet despite starvation, armed supervision, beatings, and constant fear of execution, some grave workers eventually concluded that escape represented the only possible path toward survival and testimony because they understood increasingly that the Nazis would likely murder them once burial operations ended. Planning escape from the killing grounds became extraordinarily dangerous. Grave workers operated under continuous guard while weakened physically by starvation, disease, exhaustion, and psychological trauma caused by daily exposure to mass death. Some prisoners organized secret discussions during nighttime hours inside isolated shelters while guards believed terror had destroyed all capacity for resistance. Others quietly observed patrol routines surrounding forests, work schedules, or moments of confusion during burial operations, searching desperately for opportunities to flee. As one reflects on these efforts, it becomes evident that escape required not only courage but willingness to risk immediate execution because capture almost certainly meant torture and death. Some escape attempts relied upon hiding temporarily near execution zones before moving slowly through forests toward villages or partisan-controlled areas beyond direct Nazi control. Others involved stealing civilian clothing, obtaining food secretly, or escaping during transport movements connected to burial operations. As one considers the terrifying uncertainty surrounding these plans, it becomes clear that grave workers faced overwhelming obstacles even after escaping the killing grounds themselves because survival outside the camps remained deeply uncertain beneath Nazi occupation. Yet for many prisoners, the emotional motivation behind escape extended beyond personal survival alone. Grave workers understood increasingly that the outside world possessed little understanding of the true scale of extermination unfolding inside hidden killing zones across occupied Europe. Some prisoners later described feeling morally compelled to survive long enough to testify after witnessing families murdered beside open pits, forests transformed into burial grounds, and cremation fires consuming thousands of bodies beneath smoke-filled skies. As one reflects on this sense of responsibility, it becomes evident that certain grave workers escaped partly because they believed someone had to carry the truth beyond the extermination system itself. Those who survived carried memories almost impossible to the scale of mass shootings, the smell surrounding burial pits, the endless handling of corpses, and the horrifying efficiency of extermination operations because ordinary language itself seemed inadequate compared to what they had witnessed. Some survivors feared no one outside the camps would believe their testimony, while others carried lifelong guilt connected to surviving. When countless fellow prisoners and victims disappeared inside the killing grounds. As one considers the psychological burden carried by these witnesses, it becomes clear that escape from the extermination system did not end the trauma surrounding what they had endured. Yet the Testimonies of surviving grave workers became critically important evidence after the war. Their accounts revealed details about mass graves, execution procedures, cremation operations, Nazi evidence destruction campaigns, and the liquidation of burial labor units themselves. Survivors described how prisoners were selected for grave labor, how mass executions unfolded beside open pits, and how the Nazis attempted eliminating witnesses connected directly to the extermination. Machinery. As one reflects on the importance of these testimonies, it becomes evident that the surviving grave workers preserved essential historical truths about hidden aspects of the Holocaust the regime hoped would disappear forever beneath forests, smoke, and ash. The survival of these witnesses also exposed the ultimate failure of Nazi concealment efforts. Despite mass graves, cremation fires, executions of burial workers, and systematic destruction of evidence, fragments of truth survived through prisoners who escaped carrying memory itself. Beyond the killing grounds, as one considers the broader meaning of these escapes, it becomes clear that testimony became a powerful form of resistance against the machinery of erasure surrounding the Holocaust. Yet the emotional cost remained enormous. Many surviving grave workers spent the rest of their lives haunted by the faces of victims they buried, the smell of decomposition and smoke surrounding extermination sites, and the knowledge that countless fellow prisoners never survived long enough to speak publicly about what they had witnessed. As one reflects on this burden, it becomes evident that the survivors carried not only personal trauma, but responsibility for preserving memory of those erased inside the killing grounds themselves. Ultimately, the few grave workers who escaped to tell the world became some of the most important witnesses to Nazi extermination because they survived the hidden machinery of mass murder the regime tried desperately to conceal. Through testimony and memory, these survivors revealed how prisoners were forced into burial labor, how extermination sites operated, and how witnesses themselves became targets for elimination. Their voices ensured that at least part of the truth buried beneath forests, ravines, pits, smoke, and ash would survive beyond the Holocaust itself. Chapter 4. Segment 1. Forced to bury entire families. As one continues deeper into understanding the prisoners forced to dig mass graves during the Holocaust, it becomes increasingly clear that some of the most devastating psychological trauma came from the horrifying realization that many grave workers were forced to bury entire families beneath the earth, mothers beside children, elderly parents beside young daughters, husbands beside wives, while fully understanding that these victims had once lived ordinary human lives. Only days before extermination consumed them, the burial pits therefore became more than sites of death alone. They became places where entire family histories disappeared together beneath mud, smoke, and ash while prisoners trapped inside the labor units struggled to survive, emotionally beside unimaginable suffering. As one reflects on the reality of these mass graves, it becomes evident that the psychological destruction experienced by grave workers emerged not only from witnessing death itself, but from recognizing the human relationships and emotional worlds being erased inside the pits before them. Many burial operations took place near extermination zones connected to camps such as Auschwitz-Birkenau or within forests, ravines, and hidden execution fields spread across occupied Europe. Grave workers dragged bodies into trenches after shootings, transport selections, or extermination procedures while guards demanded speed and obedience beneath constant threats of violence. Yet among the corpses filling the pits, Prisoners frequently noticed details revealing family connections among the dead. Children's bodies appeared beside women still clutching small belongings while elderly victims lay near. Younger relatives executed together. As one considers what grave workers must have felt, witnessing such scenes repeatedly, it becomes clear that the burial labor attacked emotional and moral understanding at the deepest level possible. The emotional devastation intensified because many grave workers themselves had been separated from their own families during deportations and camp selections. Some prisoners still carried desperate uncertainty regarding whether parents, spouses, siblings, or children remained alive elsewhere inside the camp system. Others already suspected their loved ones had disappeared into the same extermination machinery surrounding the burial pits. As one reflects on this emotional reality, it becomes evident that grave workers often saw reflections of their own destroyed families within the victims they buried daily. The mass graves therefore became terrifying symbols not only of anonymous death, but of shattered human relationships resembling the prisoners' own lives before imprisonment. Survivors later described being haunted especially by the bodies of children because the presence of entire families inside the pits exposed the complete destruction of ordinary human innocence beneath the extermination system. Some grave workers remembered tiny shoes, dolls, photographs, or children's clothing scattered near execution areas before burial operations began. Others spoke about mothers holding children moments before shootings or bodies of parents lying across younger victims inside the trenches afterward. As one considers the psychological impact of witnessing such scenes continuously, it becomes clear that grave labor forced prisoners into direct confrontation with suffering almost impossible for the human mind to endure without emotional collapse. The burial pits also revealed how systematically entire communities were being erased. Together, grave workers recognized regional accents, religious clothing, family photographs, or cultural customs among victims arriving at extermination sites. Some prisoners understood they were burying families from their own towns, villages, or cultural worlds destroyed within the same machinery surrounding them. As one reflects on this recognition, it becomes evident that the pits represented not isolated murders, but the destruction of generations of human life buried collectively beneath forests and fields across occupied Europe. The physical labor of handling families inside the graves deepened the trauma further. Prisoners dragged bodies together into trenches while guards ordered them to arrange corpses efficiently in order to maximize space as executions continued. Some grave workers later described the unbearable emotional weight of moving children beside parents or watching family members fall into pits together after shootings. As one considers the emotional burden surrounding these actions, it becomes clear that grave workers were forced under coercion into participation within scenes violating every ordinary human instinct surrounding dignity, protection, and mourning. Fear intensified the psychological destruction constantly because prisoners understood they themselves remained disposable within the same extermination system. Grave workers knew the Nazis often executed burial labor units after operations ended in order to eliminate witnesses connected directly to mass murder. As one reflects on this atmosphere, it becomes evident that many prisoners feared not only death itself, but the possibility that they too would disappear anonymously into the same graves beside other shattered families. Yet despite overwhelming horror, some grave workers still attempted quietly to preserve fragments of humanity for the victims they buried. Certain prisoners whispered prayers over the dead, while others tried arranging bodies more gently despite guard violence and pressure to work quickly. Some later described trying especially to protect the dignity of children and mothers inside the pits whenever possible. As one reflects on these acts, it becomes evident that, even within landscapes consumed by extermination, prisoners resisted complete emotional destruction through fragile expressions of compassion toward those whose lives had been erased. The psychological consequences remained lifelong for surviving grave workers. Many later described recurring nightmares involving children, families, mass graves, and smoke-filled killing grounds, while others struggled emotionally to speak publicly about what they had witnessed. As one considers the lasting trauma carried by these survivors, it becomes clear that the burial labor destroyed emotional boundaries between memory, grief, survival, and horror in ways impossible to fully heal afterward. Ultimately, being forced to bury entire families reveals one of the darkest aspects of the psychological destruction endured by prisoners trapped inside grave labor units. During the Holocaust, these men witnessed not only death, but the systematic extermination of parents, children, grandparents, and entire family worlds buried together beneath the earth. Their suffering exposes how the machinery of genocide attacked not only human bodies but also the emotional foundations of family, memory, and humanity itself. As one continues to examine the prisoners forced to dig mass graves during the Holocaust, it becomes increasingly clear that one of the deepest psychological wounds carried by grave workers came from being forced to bury entire families together because the mass graves exposed the destruction not simply of individuals but of human relationships, generations, and emotional worlds erased beneath the extermination system. The prisoners trapped inside these labor units witnessed mothers lying beside children, elderly grandparents buried near younger relatives, and husbands and wives executed together before disappearing beneath mud, smoke, and ash. As one reflects on the emotional reality surrounding these burial operations, it becomes evident that the grave workers faced trauma extending far beyond physical exhaustion because they saw directly how entire family histories vanished inside the pits surrounding them. Many burial operations unfolded near extermination zones connected to camps such as Auschwitz II-Birkenau or within forests, ravines, and isolated execution grounds hidden across occupied Europe. Guards forced grave workers to move bodies into trenches immediately after shootings or extermination procedures while demanding constant speed beneath threats of violence and execution. Yet among the corpses filling the pits, prisoners repeatedly recognized details revealing family bonds among the dead. Children appeared beside mothers still clutching personal belongings while older relatives lay close to younger victims killed together during transports and mass executions. As one considers the emotional impact of seeing such scenes continuously, it becomes clear that grave labor destroyed ordinary emotional defenses because prisoners confronted human suffering in its most intimate form. The trauma intensified because many grave workers themselves had lost families during deportations, selections, or earlier extermination operations. Some prisoners still carried desperate uncertainty about whether their own parents, spouses, siblings, or children remained alive somewhere beyond the killing grounds. Others already suspected their loved ones had disappeared into the same mass graves they were now digging and filling beneath armed supervision. As one reflects on this emotional burden, it becomes evident that grave workers often saw reflections of their own shattered lives within the victims they buried daily. The pits, therefore, became terrifying reminders not only of death itself, but of the destruction threatening everything. Connected to human family and identity, survivors later described being haunted especially by the sight of children inside the burial trenches because their presence revealed the complete annihilation of innocence beneath the extermination system. Some grave workers remembered tiny shoes, dolls, photographs, blankets, or children's clothing scattered across execution grounds. Before burial operations began, others witnessed mothers trying desperately to protect children. Moments before shootings, or saw small bodies lying beside parents afterward inside the graves. As one considers the emotional horror of such scenes, it becomes clear that grave labor forced prisoners into confrontation with suffering beyond ordinary human comprehension. The mass graves also revealed how systematically entire communities were being erased together. Grave workers recognized familiar languages, religious customs, family photographs, and regional clothing among victims arriving at extermination sites. Some prisoners realized they were burying families from their own towns, villages, or cultural worlds destroyed beneath the same machinery surrounding them. As one reflects on these recognitions, it becomes evident that the burial pits represented not isolated atrocities, but the destruction of generations of human life buried collectively beneath forests and fields across occupied Europe. The physical labor of handling entire families inside the pits deepened the psychological destruction further. Guards forced prisoners to drag bodies together into trenches, stack corpses tightly to conserve space, and continue working while executions unfolded nearby. Some grave workers later described the unbearable emotional pain of moving children beside parents or seeing families collapse together into graves after shootings ended. As one considers the emotional burden surrounding these tasks, it becomes clear that the labor violated fundamental human instincts connected to protection, mourning, dignity, and compassion. Fear intensified this trauma constantly because grave workers understood they themselves remained temporary witnesses inside the extermination machinery. Prisoners knew the Nazis often executed burial labor units after operations ended in order to eliminate knowledge of mass graves and killing procedures. As one reflects on this atmosphere, it becomes evident that many grave workers feared not only death itself, but the possibility that they overwhelming horror. Some prisoners still attempted quietly to preserve fragments of dignity for the dead. Certain grave workers whispered prayers while lowering bodies into trenches or tried positioning parents and children together more carefully despite guard violence and pressure to work rapidly. Others later described emotional determination to protect small traces of humanity inside an environment designed entirely around extermination. As one reflects on these acts, it becomes evident that even within the machinery of genocide, prisoners resisted complete emotional destruction through fragile expressions of compassion toward the families they buried. The psychological damage caused by these experiences remained lifelong for surviving grave workers. Many later described recurring nightmares involving children, mass graves, smoke, and execution grounds, while others struggled emotionally to speak publicly about what they had witnessed. As one considers the lasting trauma carried by these survivors, it becomes clear that the burial labor shattered emotional boundaries between grief, memory, survival, and horror in ways impossible to fully repair afterward. Ultimately, being forced to bury entire families reveals one of the darkest dimensions of the psychological destruction endured by prisoners trapped inside grave labor units during the Holocaust. These men witnessed not merely death, but the systematic extermination of parents, children, grandparents, and entire family worlds disappearing. Together beneath the earth, their suffering exposes how the machinery of genocide attacked not only individual lives but also the emotional foundations of human family, memory, and compassion itself. Chapter 4. Segment 2. Losing the ability to feel human. As one continues deeper into understanding the prisoners forced to dig mass graves during the Holocaust, it becomes increasingly clear that one of the most devastating forms of psychological destruction experienced by grave workers involved the gradual loss of ordinary emotional response because surviving daily exposure to executions, corpses, smoke, mass graves, and endless terror forced many prisoners into states of emotional numbness simply to remain physically functional inside the extermination system. The men trapped inside these labor units existed within environments where death surrounded every movement and where the normal emotional boundaries separating horror from routine slowly collapsed beneath constant exposure to violence and suffering. As one reflects on the psychological consequences of such existence, it becomes evident that grave labor attacked not only the body through exhaustion and starvation, but also the very human capacity to feel, mourn, react, and emotionally recognize the reality surrounding them. Many grave labor operations unfolded near extermination zones connected to camps such as Auschwitz II Birkenau or within forests, ravines, and hidden killing fields spread across occupied Europe. Guards forced prisoners into burial units where they dug enormous pits, dragged corpses, reopened graves, burned bodies, and worked beside executions unfolding continuously nearby. During the first days inside these labor details, many prisoners reacted with shock, nausea, terror, and emotional collapse while confronting scenes almost impossible for the human mind to process. Some grave workers later described vomiting repeatedly or trembling uncontrollably when first handling bodies or witnessing children buried beside parents. As one considers these early reactions, it becomes clear that prisoners initially retained ordinary emotional responses despite the horror surrounding them. Yet over time, constant exposure to mass death began changing the prisoners psychologically in ways many survivors later described with fear and shame. Grave workers who spent weeks or months inside the killing grounds discovered gradually that reacting emotionally to every corpse, execution, scream, or grave pit became psychologically impossible if survival was to continue. The labor demanded endless physical movement beneath armed supervision regardless of emotional state. Prisoners, therefore, learned unconsciously to suppress shock, grief, disgust, and horror simply to keep functioning. As one reflects on this transformation, it becomes evident that emotional numbness became a survival mechanism created by unbearable circumstances rather than absence of humanity itself. Survivors later described terrifying moments when they realized scenes that once caused overwhelming horror had started feeling emotionally distant or routine. Some grave workers recalled handling bodies mechanically while focusing only on physical exhaustion, guard commands, or survival needs rather than the human tragedy surrounding them. Others spoke about losing the ability to cry even while witnessing unimaginable suffering. As one considers the psychological meaning of such experiences, it becomes clear that the extermination system gradually destroyed ordinary emotional perception by forcing prisoners into continuous confrontation with mass death beyond normal human endurance. The physical environment surrounding the grave pits intensified this emotional destruction constantly. Smoke drifted permanently across killing grounds while the smell of decomposition, blood, sewage, ashes, and Burned flesh filled the air day and night. Corpses surrounded the labor units while executions unfolded beside open trenches, and cremation fires consumed bodies beneath guarded supervision. As one reflects on what it meant to exist continuously inside such landscapes, it becomes evident that the senses themselves became overwhelmed until emotional detachment emerged, partly as psychological self-protection against complete collapse. Yet many prisoners later carried enormous guilt connected to this emotional numbness. Survivors sometimes feared they had lost part of their humanity because they no longer reacted normally to suffering while trapped inside the killing grounds. Some grave workers later described feeling horrified by their own adaptation, after realizing they could continue dragging bodies or digging graves without the same emotional shock experienced during their first days. As one considers this internal conflict, it becomes clear that the extermination system attacked prisoners psychologically by forcing them into survival mechanisms that later felt emotionally unbearable to remember. The emotional isolation surrounding the labor units deepened this destruction further. Grave workers existed largely separated from ordinary camp populations while surrounded constantly by executions, corpses, smoke, and fear. Opportunities for emotional release, mourning, or human comfort remained almost non-existent beneath armed guard supervision. As one reflects on the psychological consequences of such isolation, it becomes evident that prisoners lacked ordinary emotional support systems capable of helping human beings process trauma. Instead, the killing grounds demanded silence, obedience, and continued labor regardless of internal emotional collapse. Fear also contributed heavily to emotional numbness because grave workers understood they themselves remained temporary witnesses inside the extermination system. Rumors spread constantly about burial labor units being executed after operations ended while guards reinforced terror through violence and threats. As one considers the psychological burden created by living under permanent anticipation of death, it becomes clear that emotional survival itself became focused narrowly upon immediate endurance rather than normal human feeling. Yet despite overwhelming psychological destruction, fragments of humanity still survived within many grave workers. Some prisoners whispered prayers while handling bodies or secretly attempted preserving dignity for victims despite emotional exhaustion and terror. Others later described moments when sudden memories, familiar objects, or the sight of children briefly shattered the numbness surrounding daily labor and forced emotional reality back into consciousness. As one reflects on these moments, it becomes evident that complete emotional destruction never fully erased the prisoner's humanity even beneath unimaginable conditions. The psychological damage caused by this forced numbness often remained lifelong after liberation. Many survivors later described feeling disconnected emotionally from ordinary life, struggling to explain their experiences or carrying guilt over the emotional adaptations required for survival inside the killing grounds. As one considers the lasting consequences of such trauma, it becomes clear that grave labor altered emotional perception in ways impossible to fully heal afterward. Ultimately, losing the ability to feel human reveals one of the darkest aspects of the psychological destruction endured by prisoners forced into grave labor during the Holocaust. These men survived within environments where continuous exposure to mass death overwhelmed ordinary emotional response until numbness itself became necessary for endurance. Their suffering exposes how the machinery of extermination attacked not only human bodies, but also the emotional foundations of empathy, grief, identity, and humanity itself. As one continues to examine the prisoners forced to dig mass graves during the Holocaust, it becomes increasingly clear that many grave workers gradually lost the ability to experience ordinary human emotion because surviving inside the killing grounds required psychological adaptation to scenes of horror repeated endlessly day after day. The prisoners trapped within these labor units existed inside environments where executions, corpses, smoke, blood, decomposition, fear, and terror surrounded every aspect of daily life beneath the extermination system. As one reflects on the emotional consequences of such existence, it becomes evident that grave labor destroyed not only physical strength through starvation and exhaustion, but also the prisoners' ordinary sense of emotional humanity itself. Many burial operations unfolded near extermination. Sites connected to camps such as Auschwitz-Birkenau or inside forests, ravines, and hidden killing fields spread across occupied Europe. Guards forced prisoners to dig graves, drag bodies, reopen burial pits, burn corpses, and continue labor while executions unfolded nearby. During their first days inside these units, many grave workers reacted with terror, nausea, panic, and emotional collapse while confronting scenes beyond ordinary human comprehension. Some prisoners later described vomiting repeatedly after handling bodies or witnessing children buried beside parents. Others remembered sleepless nights filled with shaking fear and emotional horror, as the reality surrounding them became impossible to deny. As one considers these early reactions, it becomes clear that the prisoners initially retained normal emotional responses despite the unimaginable brutality surrounding them. Yet the extermination system gradually reshaped these emotional reactions through relentless exposure to mass death. Grave workers who spent weeks or months inside the killing grounds discovered increasingly that reacting emotionally to every corpse, grave pit, execution, scream, or cremation fire became psychologically unsustainable if survival was to continue. Guards demanded constant labor regardless of emotional condition, while starvation and exhaustion weakened the prisoners physically beneath endless terror. As one reflects on this transformation, it becomes evident that emotional numbness emerged not because prisoners lacked humanity, but because the mind itself attempted desperately to survive circumstances beyond ordinary endurance. Survivors later described horrifying moments when scenes that once caused overwhelming emotional shock began feeling routine or distant. Some grave workers remembered handling corpses mechanically while focusing only upon immediate survival tasks such as avoiding guard violence, conserving physical energy, or completing labor quickly enough to remain alive another day. Others later spoke about losing the ability to cry even while surrounded by children's bodies, mass graves, and smoke-filled extermination sites. As one considers the psychological meaning of such experiences, it becomes clear that the killing grounds gradually destroyed normal emotional perception by forcing prisoners into continuous confrontation with suffering too immense for ordinary human processing. The physical environment surrounding the labor units deepened this psychological destruction constantly. Smoke drifted above forests and burial pits while the smell of decomposition, blood, ashes, sewage, burned flesh, and mud saturated the air day and night. Bodies surrounded the grave workers continuously while executions unfolded nearby, and cremation fires consumed corpses beneath armed supervision. As one reflects on what it meant to exist permanently inside such landscapes, it becomes evident that the senses themselves became overwhelmed until emotional detachment formed partly as protection against complete mental collapse. Yet many survivors later carried profound guilt connected to this emotional numbness. Some grave workers feared they had somehow lost part of their humanity because they no longer reacted normally to suffering after months spent inside the extermination zones. Prisoners later described feeling horrified by their own adaptation once they realized they could continue digging graves or moving bodies without the same emotional shock experienced initially. As one considers this internal conflict, it becomes clear that the extermination system psychologically attacked prisoners by forcing them into survival mechanisms that later became sources of lifelong emotional pain and shame. Isolation intensified this destruction further. Grave workers remained separated from ordinary camp populations while surrounded almost entirely by executions, corpses, smoke, fear, and guard violence. Opportunities for mourning, emotional support, or ordinary human comfort became nearly impossible beneath the conditions surrounding the labor units. As one reflects on the psychological consequences of such isolation, it becomes evident that prisoners lacked emotional spaces where trauma could be processed normally. Instead, survival demanded silence, obedience, and continued labor regardless of internal emotional collapse. Fear also shaped emotional numbness continuously because grave workers understood they themselves remained disposable witnesses inside the extermination machinery. Rumors spread constantly about burial labor units being executed after operations ended while guards reinforced terror through threats and violence. As one considers the psychological burden created by permanent anticipation of death, it becomes clear that prisoners focused increasingly upon immediate survival rather than emotional response simply because terror consumed all mental energy. Yet, despite overwhelming psychological destruction, fragments of humanity still survived among many grave workers. Some prisoners whispered prayers quietly while handling bodies or attempted preserving dignity for victims despite emotional exhaustion and fear. Others later described sudden moments when familiar objects, children's faces, or memories of their own families shattered the numbness briefly and forced emotional reality back into consciousness. As one reflects on these moments, it becomes evident that even beneath the machinery of extermination, the prisoner's humanity was wounded deeply but never completely erased. The psychological damage caused by this forced emotional numbness often remained lifelong after liberation. Many survivors later described feeling disconnected emotionally from ordinary society, struggling to explain their experiences, or carrying shame connected to the adaptations required for survival inside the killing grounds. As one considers these lasting wounds, it becomes clear that grave labor transformed emotional perception itself in ways impossible to fully heal afterward. Ultimately, losing the ability to feel human reveals one of the darkest dimensions of the psychological destruction endured by prisoners forced into grave labor during the Holocaust. These men survived inside extermination landscapes where endless exposure to mass death overwhelmed ordinary emotional response until numbness became necessary for endurance. Their suffering exposes how the machinery of genocide attacked not only human bodies but also the emotional foundations of empathy, grief, memory, identity, and humanity itself. Chapter 4. Segment 3. Nightmares that never truly ended. As one continues deeper into understanding the prisoners forced to dig mass graves during the Holocaust, it becomes increasingly clear that, for many surviving grave workers, the psychological terror did not end with escape, liberation, or the collapse of Nazi Germany because the memories created inside the killing grounds remained permanently embedded within the mind long after the physical labor itself ended. The men forced to dig pits, drag corpses, reopen graves, and witness executions carried experiences beyond ordinary human comprehension, and for countless survivors these memories returned repeatedly through nightmares, emotional collapse, sleeplessness, and haunting psychological trauma that lasted across entire lifetimes. As one reflects on the lasting emotional consequences of grave labor, it becomes evident that the extermination system continued affecting survivors long after they physically left the forests, ravines, smoke, and burial grounds behind. Many grave workers operated near extermination sites, connected to camps such as Auschwitz II-Birkenau or inside isolated killing zones hidden across occupied Europe where mass shootings, burial operations, and cremation fires unfolded continuously beneath armed guard supervision. Survivors who escaped these labor units later described carrying vivid sensory memories impossible to erase completely from consciousness. Some remembered the smell of decomposition and smoke returning suddenly years later through ordinary daily experiences. Others described hearing imagined echoes of gunfire, screams, or shouted commands during quiet moments long after the war had ended. As one considers the psychological power of these memories, it becomes clear that the killing grounds remained emotionally alive inside many survivors for the rest of their lives. Nightmares became one of the most common ways the trauma returned. Former grave workers later described dreams in which they found themselves once again standing beside open pits filled with bodies while smoke drifted across forests beneath armed guards. Some dreamed repeatedly about dragging corpses into trenches or witnessing families executed beside the graves. Others described terrifying visions of falling into the pits themselves while surrounded by the dead. As one reflects on the emotional intensity of these nightmares, it becomes evident that the mind struggled endlessly to process experiences too overwhelming for ordinary memory and understanding. The nightmares often blended past and present together in terrifying ways. Some survivors later described waking in panic after dreaming that guards had returned or that they remained trapped once more inside the extermination zones. Others spoke about seeing the faces of victims they buried decades earlier appearing suddenly in dreams or moments of emotional stress. As one considers how deeply these memories remained embedded within survivors' minds, it becomes clear that liberation itself did not end the psychological imprisonment created inside the killing grounds. Guilt also haunted many surviving grave workers long after the war. Some prisoners carried profound emotional pain connected to surviving, while countless fellow laborers, victims, and family members disappeared inside the mass graves surrounding them. Others struggled with the unbearable memory of being forced under coercion to participate in burial operations connected directly to extermination. As one reflects on this emotional burden, it becomes evident that many survivors experienced complex feelings of shame, helplessness, and moral injury despite understanding intellectually that the labor had been forced upon them through terror and violence. Certain survivors later described avoiding discussion of their experiences for years or even decades because the memories felt impossible to communicate to people who had not witnessed the extermination system directly. Some feared others would never fully believe the scale of horror surrounding the grave pits and cremation sites. Others simply could not bear returning emotionally to the killing grounds through speech itself. As one considers the silence carried by many grave workers after liberation, it becomes clear that trauma sometimes survived not only through nightmares but through emotional isolation and inability to reconnect fully with ordinary life afterward. The physical world itself sometimes triggered memories unexpectedly. Smoke from fires, the smell of damp earth, the sight of forests, or even certain sounds could suddenly transport survivors emotionally back into the extermination zones without warning. Some grave workers later described panic attacks, emotional breakdowns, or sleeplessness triggered by ordinary experiences connected unconsciously to sensory memories from the killing grounds. As one reflects on this psychological reality, it becomes evident that the extermination system permanently altered how survivors experienced the world around them. Relationships and ordinary emotional life also became deeply affected by the trauma carried by surviving grave workers. Some survivors struggled to express emotion normally while others remained emotionally distant from family members and loved ones after liberation. Certain former prisoners later described feeling permanently separated from ordinary society because the memories they carried seemed impossible for others to truly understand. As one considers these emotional consequences, it becomes clear that the psychological destruction caused by grave labor extended far beyond the extermination sites themselves into every aspect of survivors' later lives. Yet, despite overwhelming trauma, many survivors eventually chose to testify publicly about what they had witnessed inside the burial labor units. Some grave workers later explained that speaking about the mass graves, executions, cremation fires, and murdered families became necessary because silence would allow the extermination system to succeed fully in erasing its victims and witnesses. As one reflects on these testimonies, it becomes evident that memory itself became a form of resistance against Nazi efforts to bury both the dead and the truth beneath forests and ash. The nightmares, therefore, represented not only psychological suffering but also evidence that the victims and killing grounds had not been forgotten completely. Ultimately, the nightmares that never truly ended reveal one of the darkest legacies carried by prisoners forced into grave labor during the Holocaust. These men survived environments so saturated by death, terror, smoke, and human suffering that the memories remained permanently embedded within their minds long after liberation. Their suffering exposes how the machinery of extermination continued wounding survivors psychologically for decades beyond the physical destruction of the killing grounds themselves. As one continues to examine the prisoners forced to dig mass graves during the Holocaust, it becomes increasingly clear that, for many surviving grave workers, the psychological destruction never truly ended because the memories created inside the killing grounds followed them for the rest of their lives through nightmares, emotional trauma, fear, guilt, and haunting sensory memories impossible to erase completely. The men forced to dig burial pits, drag corpses, reopen mass graves, and witness executions survived experiences beyond ordinary human understanding. And even after liberation, many discovered they could never fully escape the forests, smoke, screams, and extermination sites embedded permanently inside their minds. As one reflects on the lasting consequences of grave labor, it becomes evident that the machinery of extermination continued shaping survivors' emotional lives decades after the physical killing grounds themselves disappeared. Many grave workers had operated near extermination zones connected to camps such as Auschwitz-Birkenau or inside isolated forests and ravines where executions, burial operations, and cremation fires unfolded continuously beneath armed Nazi supervision. Survivors later described carrying extraordinarily vivid sensory memories from these environments long after the war ended. Some remembered the smell of decomposition and smoke, returning suddenly during ordinary moments years later. Others described hearing imagined gunshots, screams, or shouted commands while trying to sleep or during periods of emotional stress. As one considers how deeply these memories remained embedded inside the survivors' minds, it becomes clear that liberation did not erase the psychological landscapes created inside the killing grounds. Nightmares became one of the most devastating ways the trauma continued. Former grave workers later described recurring dreams in which they found themselves once again standing beside open pits filled with corpses while smoke drifted through forests beneath armed guards. Some dreamed repeatedly about dragging bodies into trenches or watching families executed beside the graves. Others described terrifying visions where they themselves fell into the pits among the dead while guards continued shouting above them. As one reflects on the emotional intensity of these nightmares, it becomes evident that the mind struggled endlessly to process experiences so overwhelming they shattered ordinary emotional understanding itself. Many nightmares blurred past and present together in terrifying ways. Some survivors later described waking suddenly believing they had returned to the extermination grounds, while others saw the faces of victims they buried appearing repeatedly in dreams decades after liberation. Certain grave workers later admitted fearing sleep itself because nightmares transported them emotionally back into the smoke-filled killing zones from which they had escaped physically but never psychologically. As one considers this emotional reality, it becomes clear that the extermination system imprisoned many survivors internally long after the camps and burial sites ceased operating. Guilt also haunted numerous surviving grave workers throughout their lives. Some prisoners struggled emotionally with surviving while fellow laborers, families, and countless victims disappeared anonymously into the graves surrounding them. Others carried deep pain connected to being forced under coercion into participation within burial operations tied directly to extermination. As one reflects on these emotional burdens, it becomes evident that many survivors experienced complicated feelings of shame, helplessness, and moral injury, despite fully understanding that the labor had been forced upon them through terror and violence. Silence became another lasting consequence of the trauma. Some grave workers avoided discussing their experiences publicly for years because the memories felt impossible to communicate adequately to people who had not witnessed the extermination system firsthand. Others feared disbelief because the scale of mass graves, cremation fires, executions, and smoke-filled killing grounds seemed beyond ordinary comprehension. As one considers the isolation carried by many survivors, it becomes clear that trauma survived not only through nightmares, but also through emotional separation from ordinary society itself. The physical world often triggered memories unexpectedly. Smoke from chimneys, the smell of damp earth after rain, forests, bonfires, or even certain sounds could suddenly transport survivors emotionally back into the extermination zones without warning. Some grave workers later described panic attacks, emotional breakdowns, or sleeplessness triggered by ordinary sensory experiences connected unconsciously to memories from the killing grounds. As one reflects on this psychological reality, it becomes evident that the extermination system permanently altered how survivors experienced everyday life long after liberation. Relationships and emotional connection also became deeply affected by the trauma carried by surviving grave workers. Some survivors struggled expressing emotion normally while others remained emotionally distant from spouses, children, and loved ones after the war ended. Certain former prisoners later explained feeling permanently separated from ordinary humanity because the memories they carried seemed impossible for others to truly understand. As one considers these emotional consequences, it becomes clear that the psychological destruction caused by grave labor extended into every aspect of survivors' later lives. Yet, despite overwhelming trauma, many surviving grave workers eventually chose to testify publicly about what they had witnessed inside the burial labor units. Some later explained that speaking about the mass graves, cremation fires, murdered families, and extermination sites became morally necessary because silence would allow the Nazi system to succeed completely in erasing both victims and witnesses. As one reflects on these testimonies, it becomes evident that memory itself became a powerful form of resistance against the machinery of concealment. Surrounding the Holocaust, the nightmares therefore represented not only suffering, but also evidence that the dead and the killing grounds had not disappeared completely into silence. Ultimately, the nightmares that never truly ended reveal one of the darkest legacies carried by prisoners forced into grave labor during the Holocaust. These men survived inside extermination, landscapes so saturated with death, terror, smoke, and human suffering that the memories remained permanently alive within them long after liberation. Their suffering exposes how the machinery of genocide continued wounding survivors psychologically across entire lifetimes even after the physical killing grounds themselves had vanished beneath history. Chapter 5, Segment 1, Forests Still Hiding the Dead. As one continues deeper into understanding the prisoners forced to dig mass graves during the Holocaust, it becomes increasingly clear that many of the killing grounds themselves never fully disappeared because across forests, ravines, fields, and hidden landscapes throughout Europe, countless victims still remain buried beneath the earth where grave workers once labored beneath armed guard. Long after the extermination camps were liberated and the Nazi regime collapsed, the physical traces of mass murder continued lingering silently beneath trees, soil, ashes, and forgotten terrain. The forests that once echoed with gunfire, screams, shouted commands, and the sound of shovels cutting into earth often returned outwardly to quiet landscapes after the war ended. Yet beneath those forests remained enormous graves containing families, communities, and entire generations erased during the Holocaust. As one reflects on these hidden burial grounds, it becomes evident that the earth itself still carries memory of the extermination system, and the prisoners forced to maintain it. Many burial operations connected to extermination sites, such as Auschwitz II-Birkenau or hidden execution zones across occupied Europe, took place deliberately in isolated natural environments chosen for secrecy and concealment. Forests provided cover from public view while ravines, fields, and remote clearings became ideal locations for mass shootings and burial operations carried out by Nazi killing units. Grave workers dug enormous trenches into these landscapes while transports arrived continuously and executions unfolded beside open pits. As one considers the physical geography surrounding these crimes, it becomes clear that nature itself became transformed into infrastructure for extermination beneath the machinery of genocide. After the war, many of these locations appeared outwardly unchanged to casual observers. Trees continued growing while grass covered disturbed. Soil and seasons passed across landscapes once saturated by smoke, blood, decomposition, and terror. Yet survivors, investigators, historians, and local communities often knew that beneath These seemingly ordinary forests and fields lay enormous mass graves containing thousands of victims buried during extermination operations. As one reflects on the silence surrounding many of these places after liberation, it becomes evident that the hidden burial grounds became haunting reminders of how easily mass death could disappear physically beneath the earth while remaining emotionally and historically unresolved. The grave workers themselves understood during the war that many burial sites might remain hidden indefinitely unless witnesses survived to describe them. Some prisoners secretly memorized locations of pits, cremation fires, and execution grounds, while others buried notes or attempted passing information to outsiders despite overwhelming danger. As one considers these acts of memory and witness, it becomes clear that grave workers recognized the importance of preserving knowledge about the hidden dead buried beneath forests and fields across occupied Europe. Without testimony, many extermination sites risked vanishing almost completely into silence. In some regions, investigators uncovered mass graves only years or decades later through survivor testimony, local memory, or archaeological discovery. Human remains, ashes, clothing fragments, personal belongings, and disturbed soil revealed evidence of extermination operations once hidden carefully beneath the landscape. As one reflects on these discoveries, it becomes evident that the earth itself preserved traces of the crimes even after Nazi efforts to destroy evidence through cremation and execution of witnesses. The forests continued hiding the dead, but they could not erase them entirely. The emotional meaning of these hidden graves remains profoundly disturbing because many victims were buried anonymously without names, funerals, or proper mourning. Entire families disappeared beneath forests where surviving relatives never learned exact burial locations. Some grave workers later described the unbearable emotional weight of knowing that thousands of people they buried would likely never receive individual recognition or remembrance. As one considers the human reality beneath these burial grounds, it becomes clear that the mass graves represent not abstract historical tragedy alone, but countless interrupted lives and relationships still resting beneath the earth. Nature itself sometimes exposed the hidden presence of the graves unexpectedly. Survivors and local residents occasionally described unusual depressions in forest floors, scattered bone fragments, ash layers, or disturbed ground revealing traces of older burial pits long after the war. In some places, erosion, construction, or weather conditions uncovered evidence of extermination. Sites believed forgotten or concealed permanently. As one reflects on these moments, it becomes evident that the landscapes surrounding the killing grounds never fully returned to ordinary terrain, because the buried dead remained physically present beneath them. Yet despite the horror connected to these forests and burial sites, many locations later became memorial grounds, dedicated to preserving memory of the victims and the crimes committed there. Survivors, historians, families, and communities worked to mark execution zones, grave pits, and extermination landscapes so future generations would understand what occurred beneath the trees and soil. As one reflects on these memorial efforts, it becomes evident that remembrance itself became resistance against Nazi attempts to erase both victims and evidence beneath forests, and the grave workers who survived carried especially painful relationships with these hidden burial grounds. Many later described feeling emotionally haunted by forests because the landscapes reminded them immediately of pits, executions, smoke, and corpses buried beneath the earth. Some survivors returned after the war seeking traces of burial sites or mourning fellow prisoners and victims who never escaped the killing grounds alive. As one considers the emotional burden carried by these survivors, it becomes clear that the forests remained psychologically connected forever to the extermination system they had witnessed firsthand. Ultimately, the forests still hiding the dead reveal one of the most haunting legacies of the grave. Labor units during the Holocaust. Beneath quiet trees, fields, and ravines across Europe remain countless victims buried in mass graves dug by prisoners forced into the hidden infrastructure of extermination. These landscapes expose how the machinery of genocide attempted to conceal entire human worlds beneath the earth, while also reminding us that memory, testimony, and history continue uncovering truths the Nazis desperately tried to erase forever. As one continues to examine the prisoners forced to dig mass graves during the Holocaust, it becomes increasingly clear that many extermination landscapes never fully released the dead. Because across forests, ravines, fields, and hidden killing grounds throughout Europe, countless victims still remain buried beneath the earth where grave workers once labored beneath smoke, fear, and armed guard supervision. Long after the fall of Nazi Germany and the liberation of camps such as Auschwitz-Birkenau, the physical traces of mass murder continued surviving. Silently beneath trees, soil, ashes, and forgotten terrain, forests that once echoed with gunfire, screams, and the sound of shovels cutting enormous burial pits eventually appeared quiet again on the surface. Yet beneath those landscapes remained the victims of extermination operations, carried out in secrecy across occupied Europe. As one reflects on these hidden burial grounds, it becomes evident that the earth itself still carries the memory of genocide and the prisoners forced to maintain its hidden machinery. Many Nazi execution and burial operations occurred deliberately inside remote natural environments chosen for concealment. Forests, ravines, and isolated clearings allowed mass shootings and grave digging to unfold far from cities and civilian populations, while grave workers operated beneath heavy guard. Prisoners dug enormous trenches into forest soil while transports arrived, continuously carrying victims toward hidden killing zones. As one considers the physical transformation of these landscapes during the war, it becomes clear that nature itself became incorporated into the infrastructure of extermination. Trees surrounded execution grounds, while earth swallowed entire communities beneath mass graves hidden from the outside world. After the war ended, many of these locations appeared outwardly ordinary once more. Grass grew across disturbed soil, while forests slowly reclaimed clearings where cremation, fires, and burial operations had once filled the air with smoke and decomposition. Yet survivors, investigators, and local communities often knew that beneath these landscapes remained thousands of victims buried anonymously inside mass graves created during extermination campaigns. As one reflects on the silence surrounding many of these locations after liberation, it becomes evident that the forests became haunting symbols of how easily enormous crimes could disappear physically beneath the earth while remaining emotionally unresolved across generations. Grave workers themselves understood during the war that many burial sites might remain hidden permanently unless witnesses survived to preserve knowledge about them. Some prisoners secretly memorized grave locations, execution procedures, and cremation operations, while others attempted burying notes or sharing information despite terrifying danger. As one considers these acts of witness and memory, it becomes clear that grave workers recognized the Importance of preserving truth about the hidden dead buried beneath forests and fields across occupied Europe. Without testimony, entire extermination zones risked vanishing almost completely from historical memory. In later years, investigators uncovered additional mass graves. Through survivor accounts, archaeological work, local memory, and accidental discoveries. Human remains, ashes, bone fragments, personal belongings, disturbed earth, and remnants of burial pits revealed traces of extermination operations once hidden carefully beneath the landscape. As one reflects on these discoveries, it becomes evident that despite Nazi efforts to burn bodies, reopen graves, and murder witnesses, the earth itself continued preserving evidence of the crimes. The forests still concealed the dead, but they could not erase them entirely. The emotional significance of these hidden graves remains deeply disturbing because countless victims were buried without names, funerals, or proper mourning rituals. Entire families disappeared beneath forests where surviving relatives never learned exact burial locations or final resting places. Some grave workers later described carrying unbearable emotional pain connected to knowing that thousands of people they buried would likely never receive individual recognition. As one considers the human reality beneath these landscapes, it becomes clear that the mass graves represent not abstract historical tragedy alone, but countless interrupted lives, relationships, and communities still physically present beneath the earth. Nature itself sometimes exposed the hidden presence of the graves unexpectedly even decades later. Survivors and local residents occasionally described unusual depressions in forest ground, scattered bones, ash layers, or disturbed terrain revealing traces of older burial pits. In some places, erosion, weather conditions, farming, or construction work uncovered evidence of extermination sites previously believed forgotten. As one reflects on these moments, it becomes evident that the landscapes surrounding the killing grounds never fully returned to ordinary spaces because the buried victims remained physically embedded within them. Yet, despite the horror surrounding these forests and burial grounds, many locations eventually became places of remembrance and memorialization. Survivors, historians, families, and communities worked to identify execution zones, preserve grave sites, and mark extermination landscapes so future generations would understand what happened beneath the trees and soil. As one reflects on these memorial efforts, it becomes evident that remembrance itself became resistance against Nazi attempts to erase both victims and evidence beneath forests, smoke, and ash. The surviving grave workers carried especially painful relationships with these hidden landscapes. Many later described forests triggering immediate memories of pits, corpses, gunfire, smoke, and executions witnessed during burial labor. Some survivors returned after the war searching for traces of grave sites or mourning fellow prisoners, and victims who never escaped the killing grounds alive. As one considers the emotional burden carried by these men, it becomes clear that the forests remained permanently connected within memory to the extermination system they had survived. Ultimately, the forests still hiding the dead reveal one of the most haunting legacies left behind by the grave labor units during the Holocaust. Beneath quiet trees, ravines, and forgotten fields across Europe remain countless victims buried in mass graves dug by prisoners forced into the hidden infrastructure of extermination. These landscapes expose how genocide attempted to conceal entire human worlds beneath the earth while also reminding us that memory, testimony, and history continue. uncovering truths the Nazi regime tried desperately to erase forever. Chapter 5, Segment 2. The evidence the Nazis tried to burn away. As one continues deeper into understanding the prisoners forced to dig mass graves during the Holocaust, it becomes increasingly clear that the Nazi regime eventually recognized the enormous danger posed by the burial grounds themselves, because the graves contained physical evidence of extermination on a scale impossible to conceal forever if advancing armies, investigators, or surviving witnesses uncovered them. The forests, ravines, pits, and killing fields scattered across occupied Europe represented not only sites of mass murder, but also silent records of crimes the regime increasingly feared the world might someday discover. As one reflects on the decisions made by Nazi authorities during the later years of the war, it becomes evident that the extermination system shifted from simply burying victims to systematically attempting to destroy the evidence itself through cremation operations, reopening mass graves, burning corpses, crushing bones, and murdering witnesses connected to the burial labor units. The same prisoners, once forced to dig the graves, now became trapped inside horrifying campaigns designed to erase traces of genocide from the earth itself. Many of these operations unfolded near extermination sites connected to camps such as Auschwitz-Birkenau, or within forests, ravines, and isolated execution grounds where mass shootings had filled enormous pits with bodies months or years earlier. As the war began turning against Nazi Germany, authorities increasingly feared discovery of these burial sites by Soviet forces, Allied investigators, or local populations once territories were liberated. Grave workers later described receiving sudden orders to reopen older pits long believed permanently sealed beneath the earth. As one considers the emotional horror surrounding these operations, it becomes clear that the extermination system entered a new phase focused not only on murder, but on erasing visible proof that the murders had occurred. The reopening of mass graves became one of the most psychologically devastating tasks imposed upon burial labor units. Prisoners dug into decomposing pits filled with bodies buried months earlier, while overwhelming smells of decay spread across the killing grounds. Corpses partially preserved by soil, mud, and weather emerged from the earth, while guards forced workers to remove bodies layer by layer beneath armed supervision. As one reflects on what grave workers must have experienced during these operations, it becomes evident that the labor exposed prisoners once again to the full scale of extermination already hidden beneath forests and fields across occupied Europe. The cremation operations themselves unfolded with terrifying industrial organization. Prisoners constructed enormous pyres using railway tracks, wood, fuel, and human bodies stacked together in massive burning structures designed to reduce thousands of corpses to ash and bone fragments. Smoke covered forests and killing grounds continuously, while flames burned day and night during evidence destruction campaigns. As one considers the emotional impact of these fires upon the grave workers, it becomes clear that the smoke itself became a horrifying symbol of attempted historical erasure. The Nazis sought not merely to kill victims, but to destroy physical traces of their existence completely. The labor surrounding these cremation operations remained physically brutal and psychologically catastrophic. Grave workers dragged decomposing bodies from reopened pits, carried corpses toward burning pyres, crushed remaining bones after cremation, and scattered ashes across rivers, fields, forests, or newly disturbed earth. Guards demanded endless speed and efficiency while threatening execution for prisoners who slowed from exhaustion, illness, or emotional collapse. As one reflects on the reality of this work, it becomes evident that the burial labor units were forced into direct participation within one of history's largest organized efforts to erase evidence of mass murder. Yet, despite these massive destruction campaigns, the evidence could never be eliminated completely. Some grave workers secretly memorized locations of reopened pits, cremation sites, and execution grounds, while others buried notes or attempted sharing information with outsiders despite enormous danger. Survivors later testified about the fires, smoke, bones, and reopened graves they had witnessed during these operations. As one considers the importance of these testimonies, it becomes clear that memory itself became a form of resistance against Nazi efforts to erase the crimes from history. The physical world also resisted complete destruction. Even after bodies were burned, traces remained within forests and fields through ash deposits, bone fragments, disturbed soil, burial pits, and survivor testimony. Some extermination landscapes retained visible scars decades later, while investigators uncovered evidence through archaeology and historical research long after the war ended. As one reflects on these surviving traces, it becomes evident that the earth itself preserved fragments of truth despite systematic attempts at concealment. The emotional burden carried by grave workers during these destruction campaigns became almost unbearable, because many prisoners understood fully what the Nazis were attempting to accomplish. Entire families, communities, and generations had already disappeared into the mass graves, and now, even the graves themselves were being dismantled to erase evidence that the victims had ever existed. Some grave workers later described feeling overwhelming despair while watching smoke rise from burning pits because the fires represented not only physical destruction, but attempted annihilation of memory itself. As one considers this emotional reality, it becomes clear that the extermination system sought total erasure, extending beyond death into history and remembrance. Fear surrounded these operations constantly because grave workers understood the Nazis considered witnesses to the evidence destruction campaigns especially dangerous. Rumors spread about burial labor units being executed after cremation operations ended while guards reinforced terror through violence and isolation. As one reflects on this atmosphere, it becomes evident that prisoners knew they too might soon disappear into the same smoke and ashes surrounding the killing grounds. Yet, despite overwhelming terror, some prisoners still attempted preserving fragments of truth through memory, secret testimony, and survival itself. Ultimately, the evidence the Nazis tried to burn away reveals one of the darkest dimensions of the extermination system. The regime attempted not only to murder millions of people, but also to erase the physical traces of genocide beneath smoke, ash, and destroyed graves. Yet the surviving testimony of grave workers, the lingering scars upon the landscapes, and the fragments preserved beneath the earth ensured that the truth could never disappear completely. Part 2. As one continues to examine the prisoners forced to dig mass graves during the Holocaust, it becomes increasingly clear that the Nazi regime eventually launched systematic campaigns to destroy evidence of extermination because the burial pits, forests, and killing grounds across occupied Europe contained physical proof of mass murder the authorities feared might someday be uncovered by investigators, advancing armies, or surviving witnesses. The graves themselves represented silent records of genocide stretching across ravines, forests, fields, and extermination, sites where entire communities had disappeared beneath the earth. As one reflects on the later stages of the war, it becomes evident that the extermination system shifted increasingly toward concealment and erasure as Nazi authorities attempted desperately to eliminate traces of the crimes committed beneath smoke-filled skies and hidden killing grounds. The same prisoners, once forced to dig burial pits, now became trapped inside horrifying operations designed specifically to destroy the evidence of genocide itself. Many of these campaigns unfolded near extermination zones connected to camps such as Auschwitz II Birkenau or within forests and ravines where mass shootings had filled enormous graves months or years earlier. As Soviet forces advanced and the war turned increasingly against Nazi Germany, authorities feared discovery of the burial grounds scattered across occupied territory. Grave workers later described receiving sudden orders to reopen older pits believed previously hidden beneath layers of soil and forest growth. As one considers the psychological horror surrounding such tasks, it becomes clear that the extermination system entered a terrifying new phase where even the dead themselves were no longer allowed to remain buried. Reopening the graves became one of the most emotionally devastating forms of labor imposed upon the burial units. Prisoners dug into decomposing pits where thousands of bodies lay stacked beneath the earth while overwhelming smells of decay spread across forests and killing fields. Corpses emerged partially preserved by mud, cold, and soil while guards forced workers to remove bodies layer after layer beneath armed supervision. As one reflects on what the grave workers must have experienced during these operations, it becomes evident that they were forced once again into direct confrontation with the enormous scale of extermination hidden beneath the landscapes surrounding them. The cremation operations unfolded with terrifying organization and efficiency. Prisoners constructed enormous burning pyres using railway tracks, wood, fuel, and bodies stacked together in massive structures, designed to reduce corpses to ash and fragments of bone. Fires burned continuously while smoke covered forests, fields, and extermination grounds day and night. As one considers the emotional meaning of these fires for the grave workers, it becomes clear that the smoke represented more than physical destruction alone. The Nazis sought to erase not only the bodies of victims, but the historical evidence that those victims had ever existed at all. The labor itself remained physically brutal and psychologically catastrophic. Grave workers dragged decomposing corpses from reopened pits, carried bodies toward the fires, crushed remaining bones after cremation, and scattered ashes across rivers, forests, roads, or disturbed earth. Guards demanded constant speed, beneath threats of beatings and execution while prisoners weakened by starvation struggled beneath unbearable emotional trauma. As one reflects on the reality of these tasks, it becomes evident that the burial labor units became trapped inside one of history's largest organized attempts to erase evidence of mass murder systematically. Yet, despite enormous destruction efforts, the evidence could never disappear completely. Some grave workers secretly memorized grave locations, cremation sites, and execution procedures while others buried notes or attempted passing information beyond the killing grounds despite terrifying risks. Survivors later testified publicly about the reopened graves, burning pits, smoke, ashes, and extermination operations they had witnessed. As one considers the importance of these testimonies, it becomes clear that memory itself became a powerful form of resistance against Nazi attempts to destroy historical truth. The physical landscapes also preserved traces of the crimes despite systematic concealment efforts. Ash deposits, disturbed soil, fragments of bone, altered terrain, burial pits, and witness testimony remained long after the fires ended. Some extermination sites retained visible scars. Decades later, while archaeologists and investigators uncovered additional evidence through historical research and excavation, as one reflects on these surviving traces, it becomes evident that the Earth itself resisted complete erasure even after massive destruction campaigns. The emotional burden carried by grave workers during these operations became almost unbearable, because many prisoners understood fully what the Nazis were trying to accomplish. Entire families, communities, and generations had already disappeared into mass graves, and now even the graves themselves were being dismantled to erase proof that the victims had ever lived. Some grave workers later described feeling overwhelming despair while watching smoke rise endlessly above burning pits because the fires symbolized attempted destruction not only of bodies, but of memory and history itself. As one considers this emotional reality, it becomes clear that the extermination system pursued total erasure extending beyond death into the realm of remembrance. Fear surrounded the evidence destruction campaigns constantly because grave workers knew the Nazis considered witnesses to these operations especially dangerous. Rumors spread continuously about burial labor units being executed once cremation tasks ended, while guards reinforced terror through violence, isolation, and threats. As one reflects on this atmosphere, it becomes evident that prisoners understood they themselves might soon vanish into the same smoke and ash surrounding the killing grounds daily. Yet, despite overwhelming horror, some prisoners still attempted preserving fragments of truth through memory, secret testimony, and survival itself. Ultimately, the evidence the Nazis tried to burn away reveals one of the darkest dimensions of the Holocaust extermination system. The regime sought not only to murder millions, but also to erase physical traces of genocide beneath smoke, ash, and destroyed graves. Yet survivor testimony, lingering scars upon the landscapes, and fragments preserved within the earth ensured that the truth could never disappear completely despite the machinery of concealment surrounding the killing grounds. Chapter 5, Segment 3, Remembering the Men Forced to Dig Them. As one reaches the final stage in understanding the prisoners forced to dig mass graves during the Holocaust, it becomes increasingly clear that the grave workers themselves must also be remembered because these men occupied one of the most horrifying positions inside the machinery of extermination, trapped between survival and death while being coerced into maintaining the hidden infrastructure of genocide beneath forests, ravines, camps, and killing fields across occupied Europe. The victims buried inside the pits rightfully remain central to Holocaust memory, yet alongside them stood prisoners forced under terror to dig graves, drag bodies, reopen burial grounds, burn corpses, and witness crimes the Nazi regime desperately tried to erase forever. As one reflects on the lives of these grave workers, it becomes evident that their suffering reveals not only the brutality of extermination itself, but also the terrifying psychological destruction inflicted upon human beings trapped inside systems designed to annihilate both victims and witnesses together. Many of these labor units operated near extermination sites connected to camps such as Auschwitz-Birkenau or within forests, ravines, and hidden killing grounds spread throughout occupied Europe. Guards selected physically capable prisoners for grave labor because the work demanded enormous endurance beneath starvation, violence, exhaustion, and constant fear. Yet from the moment these men entered the burial units, they ceased living ordinary prisoner existence and instead became unwilling participants inside the hidden machinery of mass murder. They saw transports arrive, witnessed executions unfold beside open pits, handled decomposing bodies, breathed smoke from cremation fires, and understood increasingly the true scale of extermination surrounding them. As one considers the reality of their daily existence, it becomes clear that the grave workers endured psychological burdens almost impossible to fully comprehend. The men forced into these labor details often disappeared anonymously themselves after burial operations ended. Many were executed once the Nazis feared they possessed too much knowledge about extermination procedures, mass graves, and evidence destruction campaigns. Entire labor groups vanished into forests and cremation pits after months spent maintaining the killing grounds. As one reflects on the fate awaiting so many grave workers, it becomes evident that the extermination system treated them as temporary tools meant eventually to disappear alongside the evidence they handled. Remembering these men, therefore, means acknowledging not only their suffering, but also the deliberate attempt to erase their existence completely from history. The emotional trauma carried by surviving grave workers remained lifelong after liberation. Some prisoners escaped or survived long enough to testify publicly about what they had witnessed, yet many later described nightmares, emotional numbness, guilt, and haunting sensory memories that never fully disappeared. Others struggled for years to explain the scale of horror surrounding the burial pits, because ordinary language seemed inadequate compared to what they had endured. As one reflects on these testimonies, it becomes evident that remembering the grave workers requires recognizing the lasting psychological destruction carried by survivors long after the extermination system collapsed physically. These men also preserved essential historical truth. Without surviving grave workers, much of what occurred inside hidden killing grounds might have remained unknown forever because the Nazis attempted systematically to burn bodies, destroy graves, eliminate witnesses, and conceal extermination sites beneath forests and ash. Survivors described how transports disappeared, how executions unfolded beside pits, how cremation operations operated, and how burial labor units themselves became targets for liquidation. As one considers the historical importance of these testimonies, it becomes clear that the surviving grave workers prevented the complete erasure the Nazi regime sought desperately to achieve. Yet, remembering these men also requires understanding the impossible moral circumstances forced upon them. Grave workers did not choose their labor willingly. They were coerced beneath threat of immediate execution into digging graves, dragging corpses, and participating in burial operations connected directly to mass murder. Some survivors later carried profound emotional guilt connected to these tasks despite fully understanding they had possessed no genuine freedom or power within the extermination system. As one reflects on this emotional burden, it becomes evident that the grave workers themselves became victims trapped inside machinery designed specifically to destroy human morality, identity, and emotional survival alongside physical life. The landscapes where these men labored still remain scattered across Europe today. Forests, ravines, fields, and former extermination zones continue holding traces of mass graves once dug beneath armed supervision by prisoners struggling to survive inside the killing grounds. Some memorials now honor both the victims buried there and the prisoners forced into burial labor. Details. As one reflects on these sites of memory, it becomes evident that remembrance itself stands against the Nazi attempt to erase both the dead and those compelled to bury them. The grave workers also reveal something essential about human endurance beneath unimaginable conditions. Despite overwhelming terror, some prisoners still whispered prayers over the dead, attempted preserving dignity for victims, memorized locations of graves, resisted emotionally through witness and memory, or escaped to testify publicly after the war. As one considers these acts, it becomes clear that even inside the extermination system, fragments of humanity survived. Among prisoners forced into one of history's darkest forms of labor, remembering these men, therefore, means acknowledging not only suffering and destruction, but also the fragile persistence of human witness beneath conditions designed entirely around annihilation. The story of the grave workers ultimately forces confrontation with the hidden infrastructure supporting genocide itself. Behind every mass grave stood prisoners coerced into digging pits, moving bodies, and concealing evidence while living beneath constant threat of death. Their suffering reveals how extermination systems rely not only upon killing victims, but also upon destroying the humanity of those trapped inside the machinery surrounding the killings. As one reflects on the legacy carried by these grave workers, it becomes evident that their experiences remain among the most haunting testimonies to the psychological, moral, and physical devastation created by the Holocaust. Ultimately, remembering the men forced to dig the graves means refusing the silence and erasure the Nazis attempted to impose upon both victims and witnesses. These prisoners endured unimaginable horror inside forests, camps, and killing grounds while carrying knowledge the regime desperately wanted buried forever beneath smoke and earth. Through survivor testimony, historical memory, and continued remembrance, the grave workers remain part of the truth that genocide could not completely erase. As one reaches the final understanding of the prisoners forced to dig mass graves during the Holocaust, it becomes increasingly clear that the grave workers themselves deserve remembrance, because these men endured one of the most horrifying forms of suffering inside the extermination system, trapped between survival and death while being forced under terror to maintain the hidden infrastructure of genocide beneath forests, ravines, camps, and killing grounds throughout occupied Europe. The victims buried within the pits remain central to Holocaust memory. Yet, beside those graves stood prisoners coerced into digging trenches, dragging corpses, reopening burial grounds, burning bodies, and witnessing crimes the Nazi regime attempted desperately to erase forever. As one reflects on the lives of these grave workers, it becomes evident that their experiences reveal not only the brutality of mass murder itself, but also the terrifying psychological destruction inflicted upon human beings trapped inside systems designed to annihilate both bodies and memory. Many burial labor units operated near extermination sites, connected to camps such as Auschwitz-Birkenau or inside forests and ravines where mass shootings and cremation operations unfolded beyond public view. Guards selected physically capable prisoners because grave labor demanded enormous endurance beneath starvation, violence, exhaustion, and constant fear of execution. Yet once assigned to these details, the men entered a world almost entirely consumed by death. They watched transports arrive, heard gunfire echo across forests, handled decomposing bodies, reopened older mass graves, and breathed smoke rising from cremation fires while understanding increasingly the enormous scale of extermination surrounding them. As one considers the reality of their existence, it becomes clear that the grave workers carried psychological burdens beyond ordinary human comprehension. Many of these prisoners disappeared anonymously themselves after burial operations ended. Because the Nazis feared witnesses connected directly to extermination procedures and evidence. Destruction campaigns. Entire labor units were executed once graves had been filled, reopened, or emptied through cremation operations. Some prisoners realized with terrifying certainty that they were digging pits that might soon become their own graves beneath armed supervision. As one reflects on the fate awaiting so many grave workers, it becomes evident that the extermination system treated them as temporary tools meant eventually to vanish alongside the evidence they handled. Remembering these men, therefore, means recognizing not only their suffering, but also the deliberate attempt to erase them completely from history, the psychological trauma carried by surviving grave workers often lasted throughout their lives after liberation. Some prisoners escaped or survived long enough to testify publicly about the killing grounds, yet many later described recurring nightmares, emotional numbness, guilt, fear, and haunting sensory memories that never disappeared entirely. Others struggled for decades to speak openly about what they had witnessed because ordinary language itself seemed incapable of explaining the scale of horror surrounding the burial pits and cremation fires. As one reflects on these testimonies, it becomes evident that remembering the grave workers requires understanding how deeply the extermination system wounded survivors emotionally long after the physical camps and killing grounds ceased operating. These prisoners also preserved essential truth about the Holocaust itself. Without surviving grave workers, much of what occurred inside hidden extermination zones might have remained unknown because the Nazis attempted systematically to destroy bodies, burn graves, execute witnesses, and erase physical traces of genocide beneath smoke and ash. Survivors revealed how mass shootings unfolded beside open pits, how cremation operations functioned, how burial labor units operated, and how witnesses themselves became targets for elimination. As one considers the historical importance of these testimonies, it becomes clear that the surviving grave workers prevented the complete concealment the Nazi regime pursued so relentlessly. Yet, remembering these men also requires recognizing the impossible moral circumstances forced upon them. Grave workers did not choose willingly to participate in burial operations connected to extermination. They were coerced beneath threats of immediate death into digging graves, dragging corpses, and maintaining the machinery surrounding mass murder. Some survivors later carried profound emotional guilt connected to these tasks, even while understanding intellectually that they had possessed no genuine freedom inside the extermination system. As one reflects on this emotional burden, it becomes evident that the grave workers themselves became victims, trapped inside machinery designed specifically to destroy morality, dignity, emotional stability, and humanity alongside physical life. The landscapes where these prisoners labored still remain, scattered throughout Europe today. Forests, ravines, fields, and former killing grounds continue, containing traces of burial pits once dug beneath armed guard supervision by prisoners struggling desperately to survive. Memorials now stand at some extermination sites honoring both the victims buried there and the laborers forced into maintaining the graves and cremation grounds. As one reflects on these places of remembrance, it becomes evident that memory itself resists the Nazi attempt to erase both the dead and those compelled to bury them beneath forests and earth. The grave workers also reveal something profoundly important about human endurance under unimaginable conditions. despite starvation, terror, and overwhelming psychological destruction. Some prisoners still whispered prayers over victims, attempted preserving dignity for the dead, memorized grave locations, resisted emotionally through witness and memory, or escaped to testify publicly after the war ended. As one considers these acts, it becomes clear that even inside the machinery of extermination, fragments of humanity survived among prisoners forced into one of history's darkest forms of labor. Remembering these men, therefore, means acknowledging not only suffering and destruction, but also the persistence of witness and memory beneath conditions designed entirely around annihilation and silence. The story of the grave workers ultimately forces confrontation with the hidden infrastructure supporting genocide itself. Behind every mass grave stood prisoners coerced into digging trenches, moving bodies, and concealing evidence. While living beneath constant fear of execution, their suffering reveals how extermination systems rely not only upon killing victims, but also upon psychologically destroying those trapped inside the machinery surrounding the killings. As one reflects on the legacy carried by these grave workers, it becomes evident that their experiences remain among the most haunting testimonies to the moral, emotional, and physical devastation created by the Holocaust. Ultimately, remembering the men forced to dig the graves means refusing the silence and erasure the Nazi regime attempted to impose upon both victims and witnesses. These prisoners endured unimaginable horror beneath forests, smoke, camps, and killing grounds while carrying knowledge the extermination system desperately wanted buried forever. Through testimony, historical memory, and continued remembrance, the grave workers remain part of the truth. Genocide could never completely erase from history. What happened inside those forests and killing grounds was designed to disappear forever. The graves were hidden beneath the earth, the bodies were burned, the witnesses were hunted down, and the prisoners forced to dig those pits were meant to vanish alongside the evidence. But the truth survived through the memories of the few who escaped, through the scars left behind in the forests of Europe, and through the testimonies of men who carried unimaginable trauma for the rest of their lives. The story of the grave workers reminds us that the Holocaust was not only a system of mass murder, but also a system built to erase every trace of the people it destroyed. And yet, despite all the smoke, ash, fear, and silence, memory survived. The victims were not completely erased. The witnesses were not completely silenced. And the graves beneath the earth still speak through history today. If the story moved you, make sure to subscribe and turn on notifications so you don't miss future documentaries uncovering the darkest hidden stories of World War II and the Holocaust.